things you didn't know. Good morning, and welcome to the August 22nd meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee. And I'd like to start by acknowledging that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of the Treaty 6 territory, and we thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuits south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place of all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home. So together we call upon all our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city today and for future generations. I'm going to start with a roll call, first of all, of committee members. Mayor Sohi.
I'm here.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor, oh, your name went right out of my head.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wow. Hope that doesn't happen all day. I believe we're joined by a number of other councillors today. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And I'm just looking for those that have joined us online. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. I believe that's it. I'm sorry if I've missed anybody. But I'm sure that we'll have people moving in and out of the meeting throughout the day. So I will take a motion for adoption of the agenda. Note the sheet that has some changes in front.
I move adoption of the agenda with the following additions. 7.1, Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy, Federal, Provincial, and Municipal Responsibilities, and replacement attachment for 7.3, Facility Naming and Sponsorship Agreement, Clairview Community and Recreation Centre.
Thank you. Please vote on approval of the agenda.
Yes for me.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang and Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Wright.
I move approval of the minutes from the August 8, 2022 Community and Public Services Committee.
Thank you. Noting no changes, exceptions, omissions, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. I am not aware of any. Very good. Let's move then to selection of items for debate. While people click in, oh, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
I'd like to select item 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, and 7.1, and 8.1, as we have speakers lined up for all of them.
Okay. Councillor Tang.
I'd like to select 5.2, 7.2, and a bit of a question on 7.4.
Thank you. Any others? That's okay. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, 7.3, I have some questions on it.
Okay. That's all but 5.1. So I'll take a motion. So I'll take a motion to move the recommendation in item 5.1.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
Jan's in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just sending the vote now. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Madam Clerk, do you want to briefly summarize what we've done so far today?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the recommendation of the following report without debate. Item 5.1, Equity and Efficiency in Application Processes, Community League Operating Grant and Community Leave Infrastructure Program has a revised due date of September 9th, 2022.
Thank you. Takes us to requests to speak. I will note that on item 6.3, which is under unfinished business, we very clearly stated at the completion of the August 8th meeting that we were finished with speakers, and that we will not be hearing from any further speakers, and when that item comes before us, we'll be moving to questions of administration. So I would take a motion to hear from speakers on all of the other items, but not on 6.3.
So moved.
We need the names read in. Councillor Jans on the sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we hear from on item 6.1, Patty Milligan, and on item 6.2, Alexander McKean, and on item 7.1, Dickie DeCamba and V. Duncan, and on item 8.1, Jessica Kinsella, Renee Vajwa, V. Duncan, and Vimal Sharma.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from those speakers on those items.
Jan's in favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Request for time specific on agenda. We have no requests for time specific or anything in our agenda. However, once we get into debate of the items before us, I'm going to suggest that we bring item 6.3 forward to be first item of business. Pardon me, I'm going to suggest that we bring item 7.4 forward as first item, as I understand that there's a referral motion that will be made forthwith, and that then we'll move to item 6.3 to continue that item as it is the unfinished item before us, and then the rest in sequence. So those motions will come before us in a moment. I have no other requests for time specifics on the agenda.
Quick question. So is 6.3 was as scheduled as first item?
It will, once we bring it forward, it will be the first item.
Okay, because I have to leave at 10:30. And
we're done by 10:30.
no, I have other stuff to do at 10:30, so I'm here for 6.1 because that was something that I'm interested in. So maybe I'll come back afternoon.
We'll work with your office about when
Yeah.
you can come back, and we'll make sure that you're here for that item.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Soto. That then takes us to councillor inquiries. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? Very good. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. There's one item in the agenda that will be dealt with at the August 24th Executive Committee meeting that was accepted as part of our adoption of the agenda. So that takes us to unfinished business. Or, sorry, 5.2, my apologies. Councillor Tang on item 5.2.
Great. I actually selected this on behalf of Councillor Rutherford. I know she has some questions, but just want to clarify for this item, it's revised because it's being kind of pulled into that larger public place bylaw for 7.2. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted that clarification, and I'm sure my colleague here will have more questions.
Did you have questions, Councillor Rutherford? Okay, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead. Yep, that's okay.
Yes, so I think my question, I agree with the approach, and I know it's been folded into 7.2. My concern, though, is from a public transparency perspective. I know it's not always intuitive to find things. It's not the most user-friendly in following along the trails of things. So I didn't know if it was possible, but my question was, could item 7.2 be renamed to be a little bit clearer, or is there some way that we can kind of make it explicit that is folding into that?
Maybe I'll ask the clerk if that's a possibility of renaming.
Could you repeat the question, Councillor? Sorry.
So I was just wondering if there was any potential, like I've never done this before, but could the title of the item 7.2 be revised to be a little bit more clear and follow the trail of the other bylaws that are folding into that one?
You mean 5.2?
5.2, the title is fine, but it's being folded into 7.2. So when I read 7.2, it says Public Spaces Bylaw. If I was a general public member, I wouldn't intuitively know that that includes the transit bylaw.
So what we could likely do is when this report comes forward, as it's still in the works, I believe, we can add subtitles that would incorporate those other pieces.
So the report's still in the works?
Is it, so my understanding is the Public Spaces Bylaw review is coming forward with the actual bylaws at a future date, is that
Well,
correct?
it's item 7.2 on this agenda.
Well, we have a report and a presentation, but the actual bylaw is not coming forward. I think that's what Madam Clerk is talking about. So I think what we can do as we move forward, perhaps as we come back for updates, I think what you're suggesting, Madam Clerk, is to put some sub
Or maybe
parts.
then can the attachment of 5.2 state that it will be coming back as part of that bylaw? Because right now it just says it's coming back as part of this report. And so again, it's really just, I feel like it's getting buried. And that's what I'm concerned about from a public, I know that this is something that has a lot of high public interest. And so that's what I'm just trying to make sure that we can keep that transparency.
So I think that there's the item 5.2 is going to go back into the mixed set agenda review so that it can either be redirected or combined in or that kind of thing.
It's not referred back to agenda review. The report says that it is being, it was delayed, or that it's not coming forward as its own item because it's part of 7.2.
Well, the date is to be determined, and those dates are determined
Yeah.
at agenda review.
Yeah.
So this report will come back in one way or form. In terms of if the discussion is going to include transit under item 7.2, the public spaces review, we can talk about renaming that report or that topic when
Yeah.
we come to debate later today.
Sure. So I guess then just to clarify that, then this will still be an item that will be tracked in terms of agenda review. It won't just be folded into the bigger public spaces bylaw. It will actually be an item that, as per the chair stating, it will come back as an independent item.
Well, bylaw amendments, sorry, Madam Clerk, bylaw amendments have to come back as an item.
I'm aware that
right.
bylaw amendments have to come back, but the bylaw that is going to come back is public spaces bylaw, right? Not necessarily.
It's a series of bylaws,
Okay,
right? The item 7.2 is a conversation around a number of bylaws.
okay.
So I think that, any amendments that come out to any of those bylaws will have to come as discrete entities to be voted on, because they're bylaw amendments.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
As a level of clarity for today's meeting, we can cross-reference 5.2 and 7.2 if that
That
helps
would
for
make
public
me-
traceability, so we
yeah.
can include that,
I
make a note
would
in the minutes.
appreciate that, yes, thank you.
Is the presentation on 5.2 ready to be discussed then today, if they're cross-referenced? That's just a question to admin.
7.2, you mean?
No, 5.2. If we fold 5.2 into 7.2, then we need to be ready to talk about 5.2.
It's okay, I think just for me, I understand and I can track this now. It's just, again, I do think we have to be more, my feedback would be being more mindful, especially on things that are high public interest. I do think it's already hard enough to find reports sometimes for the public. So that was my only feedback. I'll end it there.
We'll take that comment away. That makes sense to me.
Okay, I'll move the recommendation in item 5 point. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Can we do a motion within 7.2 to ensure that 5.2 bylaw is included with the report? Or with any recommendation that's made?
Well, I think you can always do a motion at your leisure. What I would suggest is listen to the report, and then as you go through it, you'll get an idea of what our approach is going to be, and
Okay.
then you're always open to
Okay,
make a
because I
motion.
do understand the concern about the paper trail.
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'll move the recommendation in item 5.2. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. I don't know that we, sorry, let's go back to that, Madam Clerk. I don't know that we would note Mayor Sohi as,
No, it should have been an absent, so
Yeah.
we will correct that in the minutes.
okay, thank you, yeah. Very good. That then takes us to unfinished business. So I am, or pardon me, to all of the business of the day. So I'm going to move that we bring item 7.4 forward first. Please vote on bringing that forward.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor. We're just sending the vote now. And then, so is absent. And we have 4 votes.
Please display the vote.
Thank you.
So the vote has carried 4-0. We just seem to be having some technical difficulties on our end.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So then that moves us to questions and debate on item 7.4. However, I understand that there's a move to refer straight away. So I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you, just buzzing in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the clerk has the wording for a referral motion to refer this back to administration.
So I don't actually have the wording, Councillor Jans. We can craft something, but if you could just let us know what you're wanting to do with the referral motion.
Sure, in concert with discussion with the city manager, the original intent of the motion doesn't seem to be answered, and so the feeling was to send it back to administration for a chance to work on this a little further and bring back a response.
Okay, thank you. We will get that crafted and get it up on the board for you. And did you want that open to vote right away?
If we can get it on the board first, just to make sure that we all know what we're talking about. So the motion on the floor is as presented on the screen. Councillor Jans, do you want to just please read in the proper reading? Thanks.
Sure, that the August 22nd, 2022 City Operations Report COO 1284 be referred back to administration to align with the original intent of the motion.
Questions on the motion?
Yes, but I can't sign in because I'm already showing.
Councillor Wright?
So, I guess to the mover, you've had conversations with the city manager about this. Does operations understand what the intent of the motion is?
I think the city manager is talking to operations.
Okay. Do we need to clarify anything more?
Nope.
In the motion? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so that item is referred back. Thank you, Councillor Jans. I will now move a motion that we bring item 6.3 forward as next item of business. Please vote.
We're just sending that out now. We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So that moves us to item 6.3, and I appreciate everyone's patience. This unfinished business part of the agenda is relatively new thing, so we're still working out some of the bugs and the quirks. So this returns us to a point that we left off at the August 8th meeting. At that meeting, we concluded, made very clear that we had concluded questions of speakers, and that concluded that portion of this item, which takes us now to questions of administration. So please click in to ask questions of administration. I'll start with Councillor Wright, as you selected this item today.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to flip over to my other item here. What is this, 6.3? So I guess, first of all, my concern is with enforcement of it. I don't want to be pitting neighbor against neighbor. What would be the, and I think in the report it outlines that there's not enough funds to actually cover enforcement. So how would we deal with that?
Councillor Wright, we need to take a step back first and really look at the full suite of services offered by other municipalities who've taken a similar approach, as well as provinces across Canada. Once we figure out the enforcement approach / education, we can bring back our overall approach. But at this point, we're still in the exploratory phase of launching the project.
Okay, so a full jurisdictional scan hasn't been done in any sense of the word.
No,
It's not the information that I was hoping to receive in the report. It's not as comprehensive. Okay, and so would a more comprehensive report also include sort of how the other jurisdictions are dealing with their bans, as far as what alternatives might be available, what the health impacts are? What other information could we expect to receive in a more comprehensive report?
So, Councillor, I think as we identified in the report and in the phase 1 scoping and analysis, it would be really looking at what best practices are that include everything from enforcement to education to how the engagement takes place, as well as some of the specifics in terms of what it would actually cover or not cover. So that would all be in that in-depth body of work that would be in phase 1 if there was a desire to go ahead.
Okay, so I think that was the original intent of requesting this report, but we haven't got it yet, the information.
So Councillor, just to clarify, the motion said to identify what steps would be taken to form this bylaw and this body of work. So that's what we came back with, was identifying the phased approach.
Okay, I was expecting more details on those steps in action, I guess. Okay, I'll let my colleagues continue on with their questions and see if I have anything else.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Thank you to administration for preparing this this plan of how to approach this issue. I wanted to ask about the 2015 herbicide ban policy. I know it's an herbicide, not a pesticide. It's a little bit different, but this is a policy that we have tried to implement, and I'm curious, it's been 7 years, have we done any evaluation about how that's going?
So, Councillor, I think that was the result of a motion that was passed to council to look at how we identify the use of herbicides for a or for cosmetic use. So we've tried to incorporate that. There are some elements where we do have clear definition of when we should be using herbicides and when not to, but there's also a bit of guideline interpretation in terms of what's the most efficient way to do the use of herbicide application. So I'll just let Mr. Kennedy provide a little bit of information on terms of how we go ahead with choosing whether to use a herbicide or not in light of that direction.
Sorry, I mean, I guess I'm asking for something, a decision that was made back in 2015. You know, it was widely reported. It was on city-owned property. Have we done an evaluation on that policy implementation?
Yeah, so the Integrated Pest Management team creates an annual summary of performance of our pest management practices. And so you can see things in that annual report year to year, things like trending usage of pesticides. So if you looked into the annual report, you'd see overall downtrending of the usage of herbicides over the past several years. So every year we evaluate our efficacy and we look at our volume of active ingredient used, and we use that to build out our work plans for the subsequent years.
And I'm also curious, have you done evaluation around how that has improved our communities, our environment, those kinds of factors? Or is that just kind of out of the scope of the IPM evaluation?
I think we're specifically looking at the application and usage of pesticides along with alternative pest control activity, things like using biologicals or alternate pesticides we might have in our arsenal.
And then and I think at the time, you know, there was an estimated cost around $870,000 a year in turf maintenance to complement this policy. Was that faithfully kind of carried through? Because I think we heard from some of the speakers that, you know, COVID aside, you know, that hasn't necessarily kind of panned out.
I think over the past several years, there has been a bit of dynamics at play in terms of reductions we've experienced. But when we did receive the enhancement package originally, we'd set out to do enhanced maintenance services, including additional trims and mows. But over time, there has been some additional reductions to our work plan.
Right, and how has so I guess, you know, we've had that work done. Now we're exploring this work. Are you intending to align this with our naturalization, permaculture policies as well? Because that has also recently came up.
Councillor, I think all of those would go hand in hand, the naturalization as well as all the other different initiatives we have underway that connect in. So any changes to the integrated pest management policy would need to be aligned with whether it's naturalization strategies or things like the boulevard gardens, all of those different approaches.
Okay. And in your phase 1 work plan, you know, there's a piece about understanding the definition of the word cosmetic, but I feel like from this past body of work, hasn't some of that already been determined already?
I think specifically we work towards better understanding the regulatory framework. So what's a regulated weed, and how does the province and how do the federal agencies define it? But when you get into cosmetics, there are some values-based decisions that need to be made. So I think if you go across Canada, even just in our brief jurisdictional scan, we did find several definitions of cosmetics. So we want to be really sure that we get it right and really sure that we engage with the right parties so that we understand the perception of the public and the perception of other stakeholders in terms of what would be covered under a cosmetic ban.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take my turn. I have similar questions, but perhaps in a different way. The management of our open spaces, of our green spaces, our medians, boulevards, road allowances, green belts, all of that is some combination of the use of herbicides and mechanical means. Correct? And we made a move several years ago, 7 years ago, to diminish the use of herbicides as one of the tools. And the intent was we were going to compensate for the removal of that tool with increased mechanical means, hand picking, that kind of a thing. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
And so I understand the councillor answers to Councillor Tang's questions that we're evaluating the use of herbicides, but are we evaluating how effective we are in maintaining those open spaces, all of those spaces together?
The short answer is yes, but there's a number of different ins and outs, and I think the COVID budget impacts, along with the growing inventory, also play a significant role in this. So, for instance, the horticulture inventory has increased about 14% over the since 2019, but the budget's been reduced. And so, similar to snow and ice, inventory has grown, and budgets and resources haven't kept pace. And so there is going to be a service package coming forward to council this fall to address that, along with similar to what we did with snow and ice control, looking at each of our services to make sure that the resources and expectations are aligned.
And what are we using as a baseline for that service package? Is that a return to essentially service levels and matching resources at 2018? What are we targeting?
That's correct, Councillor. What we would target is a baseline of what was approved at that point in time and where we are in relation to that. Similar to what we did with snow, is looking at where we were in relation to the existing policy.
The city inherits infrastructure that is developed by others, developers, and predominantly in new areas, and you know, the maintenance of those spaces passes over to the city after a couple of years. I'm thinking of entrance features, drainage ponds, those kinds of things. People buy homes in those areas with a set of expectations from what they see, and I don't want to be too abrasive about this, but I think it's fair to say that we are not keeping up with the same level of maintenance when we inherit those features. Will the service package also consider that?
The service packages are broken down by different services. So we have forestry separate from horticulture and turf and trimming. Entrance features, there's some nuances on there depending if it's on private property versus public property. So right now there is not a service package specific to entrance features on private property. There's a different set of work going for that. But
yeah, there's that quirk of what happens there. Yeah.
Right. But in general, what we're trying to do is address the gap of this is the quantity of inventory that's grown over the last number of years, and how do we bridge that gap between the resources that we have today and the resources that would be needed in order to achieve the service levels that we have as of today.
It was my understanding that, and this goes back to debate around naturalization last June, that administration was going to go out and do a transparent and clear engagement process about what people want that live in neighborhoods that are targeted for naturalization. Has that work started?
Yes, there's two different phases of public engagement. Phase one has recently been completed, and we'll be reporting back to committee, I believe, later this fall in October or November.
Okay, so we'll have to, sorry to interrupt, my time is running out. We're going to have to circle back to that because no one said to my office, hey, we're asking questions around what you want to see in your drainage pond. And I had a meeting this last weekend. They're still waiting for someone to say, what do you want to have happen in your drainage pond? So, as was indicated by Mr. Sebrick, this is a set of overlapping and bundled work. Naturalization, the use of pesticides and herbicides, mechanical means to compensate, unfunded service packages that are coming. And that's fair. But I'm not seeing where we actually ask the people that live in those spaces what they want to see with those spaces.
So, Councillor, I think rather than waiting till reporting back in the fall, what we can do is provide Council with an update on the work that's been done to date in terms of the existing engagement, and if there are gaps that Council sees, we can see if we can fit that in prior to reporting back this fall.
Thank you, Mr. Sebrick. That's my time. Councillor Jens?
Thank you. So for maybe expediency, I'd like to put a motion on the floor I believe the clerk has a copy of it. It reads as follows: that administration provide a report outlining steps towards a 2024 elimination of cosmetic pesticide use on public and private properties, including required changes to City Policy Charlie 501 Alpha, Integrated Pest Management as a result, to ensure cost effectiveness and to meet the commitment made by...
Go ahead.
Am I buzzed in?
No, my computer's not working.
Okay. To ensure cost effectiveness and to meet the commitment made by administration in 2015, the report should be created in consultation with the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, the Children's Environmental Health Clinic, and Nature Alberta, and make use of the jurisdictional scans, polls, and ready-made educational materials these groups can provide / have already provided to Council. The report should assume that cosmetic pesticide ban means unnecessary use of pesticides, including herbicides, insecticides, and fungicides on public and private lands. This is the definition used by cities and provinces across Canada. This report should focus on public education, on the risks of pesticide use, and on healthy alternatives. The report should reflect budget reallocation away from chemicals and city operations, spraying of public lands, so that the policy change and public education occur within existing budget.
So thank you, Councillor Jans. We'll just get that on the screen first of all. And was that your introduction as well?
So by way of introduction, I appreciate the work that admin's brought here and certainly appreciate the passion that many folks on both sides of this issue have brought forward. But to be honest, as a new councillor, I feel like I need a lot more information. And one piece that was really missing from what I've seen thus far has been the consideration of the public health impacts and the considerations since 2015 of commitments made by administration around consulting and engaging some of these public health groups. We heard a lot about the individuals' intent and right around their own property, but I have a number of folks who have been raising concerns with me about the impacts to their property by the behaviors of adjacent neighbors. So freedom to pesticide, but also freedom from pesticides. So, and to be honest, this is my attempt at trying to give us a chance to get more information so we can make a more informed and educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to wait until we have that on the screen, and then we can go to questions to administration, either on the motion or on the report, and pretty much anything. But please stick to questions and not speaking to anything at the moment.
Just getting that up on the screen, we seem to be experiencing slight technical difficulties this morning.
There we go. Okay. So next we have Councillor Principe. Questions on either. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, is naturalization allowed on private property or just the city property?
It is allowed on private property, yes.
Okay, and how is that managed or decided upon, if it's just neglect of property or if it's naturalization?
I'll pass it over to Nicole Fraser here to speak to this.
So I want to clarify, is the question on private property, how is it decided? Okay, so the city...
Sorry, yes, I should not just nod my head, yes.
Okay, thank you. A few years ago, the city worked on a program called Natural Private Properties or Natural Yards. And so a set of guidelines was developed in collaboration with Community Standards, who does monitor whether yards are unkempt or weed control and things like that. And so a website was created with some guidelines that encourage people to create natural yards, incorporate native plants, do more tree and shrub planting, and it's also recognized through the Front Yards in Bloom program, natural yards category.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And how do we have weed inspectors, is that my understanding? And these weed inspectors, how long does it take for them to inspect? Are we short? Do we have a shortage of weed inspectors at this time?
I think we should ask Keith Scott to come up, please.
Thanks for the question. So we hire weed inspectors every summer. Generally, when a complaint is filed, it goes onto a to-do list, and depending on call volumes, the officers will get out. Usually they get to the complaints within 4 business days.
Oh, okay. And now, do we anticipate that we possibly could have more complaints, an increase in complaints, if we do ban pesticides?
Well, generally, anytime you do not address weeds, the complaint volumes certainly will go up. And then, you know, we would expect that, yes.
Which would be an increase in cost as well.
Correct, because as of right now, the weed inspectors are on a reactive model and not a proactive model because of the resources that we have and the amount of complaints that we generate every year.
Okay, thank you. And is it my understanding that you'd still be able to purchase pesticides, you just would not be allowed to use pesticides? Is that correct?
The sale is regulated at the provincial level.
And what about, so it would be still be allowed to be sold in Edmonton, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. I appreciated the two-phased approach that was set out in the report. So maybe just to the mover, you're sort of suggesting, is it sort of kind of going directly to phase 2, or just wondering if you could talk me through that relationship a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think what I was trying to do was provide a little more clarity on the part of council, what we were looking for in the report, what the question we were trying to answer, and take some of the parts of phase 1 and phase 2 in terms of getting information back to council in terms of the impacts and the other pieces. That's what I was trying to, a more clarified phase 1, if you will.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think there is greater clarity here. I really appreciate, I think it's very important when we talk about evidence-based decision-making that some of those associations that you've highlighted in terms of the physicians, different health groups makes a lot of sense for sure. I guess a nuance, it's not a nuance, so we are no longer asking Edmontonians if they want this ban, right? It's saying that we are working towards that ban. Is that the intent, that decision is sort of made and then we work to roll that out, rather than sort of seeking the feedback and then deciding from there?
I think it'd be too premature to say that. I think what we're trying to do here is actually get the information forward on. So before we go and ask Edmontonians what about a ban or something, we need to know, so what are the public health implications? What are the implications on my neighbors if I'm spraying? What are the implications on children and in other parks and other places? This is what I'm trying to get to here is a more robust answer to the original. And if we are to go ahead and do this, what would that take, and what would that look like, and how have other jurisdictions? I mean, where 180 other municipalities have done this, we're certainly not alone. 4 other provinces have done this. So how do they mitigate some of these very valid questions that Councillor Principe asked, for instance? What do we do here? What sort of education is required, and what timeline is realistic?
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for clarifying the intent there. I'm just trying to think how if my questions still fit with the motion on the floor.
Ask any question, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I think, an opportunity I saw with phase 1 as well is maybe looking at a difference between, what we do on city property versus private property. Is that something that you think we can be asking Edmontonians about and just sort of getting their sense?
So I guess there's 2 different problems. I get emails saying, number 1, sorry. No.
It sounds like you had something to add. Please,
Nope.
to the mover.
Nope.
No? Okay, to admin.
So, Councillor, yes, it would include both aspects of public and private property, and what is that feedback from Edmontonians in terms of what they would like to see?
Okay, and I think the question around, whether this can be a cost-neutral shift, do we have a sense of the order of magnitude of how many resources we spend on pesticides, and if that can be repurposed into some of the program elements that are outlined here?
I think we'd have to do a little bit more work to determine the amount of cost that we spend specific to this work, and then in order to increase any sort of manual work, so if we weren't to use any sort of cosmetic pesticides, what that would mean in terms of, say, manual or mechanical type weeding or anything like that, in order to meet Edmontonians' expectations of what the look and feel of the city should look like, I think we need to do a little bit more work on.
Yeah, and I think for me that's an important decision point, just in terms of understanding those resource impacts. Just wondering with the jurisdictional scan as well, do we know of any other, I'm just thinking, again, I think there's this opportunity, Edmontonians are clearly very passionate about this. It's always great to involve Edmontonians in the care of their community. I know that we do some voluntary programs in terms of noxious weed removal in the river valley. Have we ever explored, and I think those have been quite successful, I think we get great voluntary turnout. Have we ever considered that in other program areas, parks? I was walking by a pond the other day with lots of weeds, and part of me was like, oh, I'd love to just get in there and pull those up. So yeah, just some thoughts on that, if we could explore that as an option as well.
We do have a couple of programs that incorporate pulling weeds into them currently. One is Partners in Parks, where people can volunteer to take care of individual shrub and flower beds. And as part of that, they would pick weeds, pick litter, plant flowers, plant shrubs, take care of the area. And then another area that we have is we have some front-facing integrated pest management volunteer programs, including volunteer weed pulls, which are maybe one of our smaller programs, but what we've started doing is integrating them into the Root for Trees events, where you might have a dual event where people will come pick weeds and then plant that area as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm all out. Thank you.
You can come back. I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford next on the first round. I just want to, though, indicate to my colleagues that a question before us is whether this gets voted on in committee or goes to council. So I need some feedback from those not on committee about what their preference is on that, out loud or through the chat or otherwise. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I wanted to kind of pick up where Councillor Tang and Councillor Cartmel were going with questioning, because I do think that what I'm feeling is that this is kind of a conversation that's happening in isolation of that holistic, broader turf maintenance conversation, and I would concur. The feedback I'm hearing from my constituents, and I know I've had some emails to city operations, is how unkept our city is looking right now, and I would concur with that. And so my worry is that that will be conflated with a pesticide ban and set us up for not success to move forward with that. So I know you mentioned that there's sort of the intent to do an approach similar to what happened with snow and ice. And so is that report coming back to committee or council, and when is that coming back?
There's no report for the way we're going to go through each of our services. That's just that's just management that needs to be done to look at are we resourced adequately to achieve the service levels that are in front of us, and how do we bridge that gap between growing inventory and not growing our resources proportionally to that.
So, Councillor, if I could just add, while there isn't a specific report on those program assessments, they would connect into whether it be the naturalization work or this work. So we would need to connect all of those in and report back, because as Councillor Cartmel indicated, there are connections to the level of service and whether it be pesticide use, herbicide use, or manual labor. So all of those connect into what that outcome is.
I think I think that a refer back motion for this is wise. I do think there's information out there that I was pretty surprised to see the budget request, given how readily available information is. But I do think, again, if we don't have a conversation happening about turf management prior to budget, and maybe a motion is required to have that conversation, but I do think we need to have a comprehensive turf management conversation prior to budget to make sure that we're all on the same page with that.
So, Councillor, I think we could report back, but I don't think we would have as sort of an in-depth analysis as we did with snow and ice prior to budget, but we could certainly give a state of a current state assessment in terms of where we are with respect to service levels as well as costs and resourcing, and then where the gaps are.
Yeah, and I think I'll just be really clear that I'll push really hard on the resourcing, because I've had a lot of constituents tell me they're seeing multiple operational staff or contractor staff, it's hard to identify, out, and maybe one person is working, others are sitting in the truck and have been told point blank they can't weed whack because there's only a 2 cycles, trim cycles per year. So we're not going to get into that debate today, but I do want to say, like, I think that I'm not willing to just hand over more money to this, but obviously there's a problem here, and it links to this one today. So I think this is a refer back motion, but my point is, I hope that this comes back after we've had that comprehensive discussion. So that would be my hope.
And Councillor, if I could just add, so the point you raised, if those incidents are happening with particular observations of staff, we would want to hear about that so we can address it. The way we would approach it is similar to what we did with snow and ice, basically looking at a unit output and knowing what that resource level is, we can definitely assess what the output should be, and if we're not achieving that, where's the breakdown?
Yeah, well, but it's also that if it's 2 trim cycles is the standard, but somebody goes somewhere and then they see weeds, are we allowing those employees to just go and whack those weeds?
Yeah, point taken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you. So you've indicated that you're coming back with a service package in the fall for the financial resources to manage this. Do you have the expertise within the department to do a full assessment of the health impacts, the environmental impacts? I know we're sort of wrapping everything in here with, you know, naturalization, permaculture, you know, taking into account the community consultation and being able to analyze that information and provide us sort of a concrete recommendation, I guess, is a way to move forward. Do you have that expertise in the department?
So we have the expertise to do an industry scan in terms of some of the assessments of the information we get back. We may need assistance on that, but based on what it says in this motion, we would be getting the information from these different groups and using that as a basis for information back to council. If there was more detailed analysis, we likely wouldn't have that internal expertise in terms of medical, so we would need to look at some help on that.
Okay. So, and again, pulling everything, I'm considering a subsequent motion for maybe an Office of the Environment or something to also help in the way of, for, you know, energy efficiency, climate change. I think we're missing that independent look at everything, and I don't think any of us here have a science degree or a medical degree, and so having that expertise on hand, would that assist in helping to pull all this together?
Sorry, when you say having that expertise on hand, are you talking about having internal resources that have that expertise?
Yes.
I think any level of you know, expertise is helpful, but it's how much you would particularly use that. We would certainly connect in with the folks in the environmental team for any insight or information they have. Again, I don't know to what extent they would have medical information, but certainly they have information and expertise with respect to the environment and our breathe strategy.
Okay. All right, and so this report is looking towards, or sorry, this motion is looking towards a 2024 elimination of cosmetic ban use, or usage of cosmetic, pesticide ban. In the service package that you're putting forward, will some of this be included in that request to sort of help support that service package request?
So the service package that we've identified is basically it's a resource package tied back to service levels around turf, so it's not specifically related to herbicide usage or changes to the integrated pest management policy. It's based on existing service levels and processes.
Okay, so the financial resources to take a look at this, can that be, I think part of it, the motion is to reallocate budget funding from chemical use? Can this be funded by that?
So I'm assuming this body of work would be done from the direction provided here would be done internally. My interpretation of the use of pesticide dollars would be to shift that as we implement this. That would be, but you perhaps have to ask the mover what the intent was, but that would be the way I would interpret it, is that we would shift the dollars that are spent on pesticides to use for these other aspects.
So no additional dollars would be needed. You could manage that from existing budget.
But that would mean we would be stopping the use of pesticides. So at that point, once that decision was made, then that would happen.
Okay, and to the mover then, is that your intention?
Yeah, let's get the report. Let's see all of this. Let's just, there's no numbers right now. We're all just talking. Let's get all this on paper and look at it.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
A couple of questions for the mover. So the wording of this is pretty close to the wording that was for April, right? Okay, so yes. In response to April, administration brought back the report to answer this question, but you don't feel that it has sufficient information, so you're putting forward the motion with very similar wording.
Yeah, some of it was to try and answer some of what I felt was the gaps and what I heard from some of my colleagues and members of the public about the gaps in the report. And some of it was to try and offer clarity around what we mean by a cosmetic ban and yeah, does that help?
Well, I think a lot of that would be included in the phase one as proposed in the report. So I guess I'm just wondering, I think there's a lot of details in here that I think can be addressed even without a motion. I find it a little bit repetitive, and I'm not sure if that's really an effective way. And I have another question around the timeline. Why 2024?
So I'd welcome amendments if my colleague has any, and if they want to amend it, I would see this as kind of a phase one with some enhancement or especially around specifying some of the groups who admin previously had already committed to engaging with.
Okay, I think I would just worry about I understand the intent of having milestones to achieve, and it's aspirational and kind of keeps us in check, but I would just worry about locking us in unnecessarily. And this is not an issue that I have a lot of expertise in, Councillor Wright. Even if we have medical and public health, I don't think any of us will have the time commitment to do that level of research that will be required. For administration, do we ever engage, academia in peer review literature and engaging AHS, for example, in some of that kind of work? And I know that this has been more around the realm of industry and pest management, but do we ever engage academia more directly as a partner?
Yeah, we do engage academia. We have engaged academia for different projects, for example, through naturalization, where we've worked with Grant MacEwan or the University of Alberta, provided
but on
access
this
for
topic?
plots. On this topic, we will, for sure. That, okay. I think part of the industry scan and part of the research, it would include industry, residents, academia, the healthcare community. Right. So yes.
And that will be part of the phase one that as proposed in the report that we have.
But in addition to that, Councillor, we also already do have the advisory committee that was formed as a result of the recommendations in the audit. So that is underway, and that does have representatives from different academia
You're talking about IPM advisory group?
Yes.
But to my understanding, we have one person on there with, medical public health background. And I think that's, one person doesn't necessarily have all of that, and I think we need to engage the wider community. And one thing I have learned throughout this entire past few months is that when it comes to public and private property, there's quite different authority when it comes to like enforcement and all of that. I worry about this one combining the two, actually conflating the issue, and that makes, I just don't think that's a good approach when it comes to motion. Do you have any concerns around conflating the two arena?
Concerns that there likely will be different views on the two different properties, one being public and one being private. So I think as long as we identify the different issues around whether it be private or public, then I think we can clarify what those mean and what steps would need to be taken. But there would be different concerns about it for sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree that, I think the world has changed since, science and research has changed. I think we need to look more broadly beyond kind of just, industry scan and within the realm of pest management. I think there's a lot more implications. I don't disagree with any of that, and I think that is a huge information gap. But I think at this point, this one motion, I think conflates a lot of stuff together, and I actually worry it's going to make it even messier moving forward and harder for us to make, a sound decision. In terms of do I want this at committee or council, I think it's fine to have it at committee, but at this point, I think there's too many information gaps for us to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we're still on questions, not on speaking, please. And so I'll take my turn now, on the second round. So there is some suggestion of a definition of cosmetic. And my question is that not somewhat in the eye of the beholder? So for instance, and this does run to the anecdotal, but I have repeatedly asked questions about the medians of particular roads in the ward I represent, where there is a reticence to use herbicides and a seeming incapacity to use mechanical means, so that by this time of year we have weeds that are literally 4 feet high, which means you cannot see across the road from your car window. That's a safety issue. And it's an ongoing and repeating safety issue that I have not been able to get solved in 5 years. How do we define cosmetic, and who do we leave it to define cosmetic in that context?
So, Councillor, I think the term cosmetic, you raised a good point, is in many situations in the eye of the beholder. And there are, certainly by industry scan, we can find out what other jurisdictions are using, but we also, I think, need to understand what residents see as cosmetic and what they see as a priority for, whether it be safety or other aspects. But certainly, to your point, it is in the eye of the beholder in many situations, and I think that's probably where the biggest breakdown happens, is what the expectation is around where we use them, depending on the definition of cosmetic.
Certainly, entrance features to neighborhoods run to the cosmetic or aesthetic, for the most part. They too become a safety issue when they're neglected. We have a lot that have been neglected. My question is, who drives that desire for those elaborate entrance features that require a significant amount of hand maintenance that we simply cannot accomplish as a city? Are we driving that requirement of developers, or is that something that they're driving?
Councillor, I don't have anybody from Urban Forum here, but my understanding of the development process is there's flexibility, and certainly the aesthetic piece is a priority for developers, but we don't necessarily drive a specific type of entrance feature. I think the expectation is that for entrance features that are not on city property, that there is an adequate level of maintenance, whether that be from a homeowners association or whoever is looking after it.
Yeah, I've got questions about that, but that strays too far away from this conversation about arrangements with HOAs that can't seem to be arranged. My understanding, so please correct me if I'm wrong, is that in broad terms, your workload includes essentially a complete reassessment of how we're going to care for open spaces, what the right approach is to the various different parts of open spaces, roads versus fields versus drainage ponds. The approaches required, the resources to resource those approaches, all of which has to come to us in some form of a service package. On top of that, there's an engagement process, seemingly in process, around some of our naturalization. You've got a pretty full workload right now. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Anything you care to add to that from a context perspective?
Looking forward to going through it. I think there's a huge room for improvement here. If I can just kind of speak off script, I think there's, I think we did a really good job recognizing that gap with snow and ice, and there's more. The city has grown. I think there's an opportunity to relook at how we onboard new inventory. I think there's a gap between the resources we have and the service levels our Edmontonians expect of us. And we're looking forward to going through those one by one and correcting that. It's a multi-year journey that we're going to be on here. But driving around the city, I agree with you that there's room for improvement when it comes to turf maintenance. No different than it was with snow and ice control last winter. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. But I'm confident that given that trust and confidence and patience, that we'll be able to turn this around.
Thank you. Councillor Principe is next. Oh, pardon me. You have Councillor Hamilton on the first round. Sorry, Councillor.
I don't have questions. I'm just on to speak.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Principe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the mover, the consultation, it appears that it's just limited to those 3 organizations. Is that correct?
So I wouldn't see it as limited to, but the city administration previously committed to engaging with those groups. I would see others would be included. As you know, the city already has an IPM committee, which has a lot of industry representation, and we heard that voice loud and clear. But what we're missing is some of the public health pieces, and that's really what I just want to have including the permaculture community and others. We've had other conversations. Yeah, sorry, did that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's not just limited to those 3. Is that just where you felt the gap was?
I think that's part of it. Yeah, I would see engagement from others could be absolutely welcomed.
Okay, and administration recognizes that as well? In the motion?
Yes, we do. I think the clarification helps, but I think the additions in the motion, in addition to the phase 1 and phase 2, all together would give us what we would need.
Okay, and how did you choose those 3 organizations?
Those are 3 that have had extensive recommendations and work in this area already. I think you may have received in your email some of the publications from them. Like Nature Alberta has already published a ton about how you can have great yards without doing pesticides. You can have great healthy public parks without having this. I've heard from pediatric oncologists, and I've heard from others who are concerned about children's health, and that was a part that was really not missing here. It was clear about some of the benefits of the pesticides, but it wasn't really clear what that ongoing question about how do I protect my yard from pesticides on my neighbor's properties.
Okay, and I know often I hear, well, a healthy grass will override weeds and will help maintain the yard. But I know that we do have rodent problem as well, which can often make for an unhealthy grass or sod. So that's something that has to be taken into consideration as well, because it's really not that simplistic. And then, I've heard many people mention that the federal government does regulate and they do ban certain pesticides. So are we, is this like repetitive? Is this something that's really necessary?
Well, I think we heard also 4 other provinces have banned the use of cosmetic pesticides. I think the question I'm trying to get back to is when I have a constituent call me and say, my garden, I'm growing vegetables for my family, I'm feeding these to my children, and my neighbors are spraying pesticides, or I'm taking my child to the park, I want them to sit on the grass, and I want to know that they can do so without greater health risks. Like that's, we've talked a lot about my right as a landowner to my property, but what about my right freedom from pesticides, freedom from like the pesticide doesn't just stay there. There's clear evidence about the trespass where it goes other places and it can be tracked on your feet and all of these other concerns that have been brought up. So I don't have a clear answer on how we're protecting people, and that's what I'm looking to get more of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, either on the motion or to administration? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move to speaking to the motion. Please click on. Councillor Jans will close, starting with Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I received a lot of correspondence from members of my constituency, members of the public on this. I know there was a concerted letter writing campaign, but actually most of the correspondence I received was authored by people individually. It was personalized. They were writing from their own concern. But I told them that I would keep an open mind on this issue. So I've listened really closely to the discussion this morning around it. The first question I think before us, or before this committee, is whether or not this should remain at committee or it should go to council. I have concerns that there's a lot of, I see concerns in this motion as it is, and it will send administration, in my opinion, off to do work that I don't know that the majority of council, or I would be interested to hear if the majority of council agrees with, because I certainly don't. So if I were to list off my objections, first of all, we're asking city administration to take on a role sort of navigating environmental public health, which it is unresourced to do and is not within the jurisdiction, which is why so much around pesticides and herbicides relate to Health Canada and environmental health, public health through Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services. So I'm concerned that we're setting our administration up to take on an issue which we have not equipped them for. Second of all, I think relative to the last line of questions, that freedom from pesticides at the municipal level, we don't account for surrounding areas. So whether or not the counties and municipalities surrounding Edmonton take similar or dissimilar action, if the overall sort of ethos is to limit the use of pesticides, Edmonton is a big city, but not so big. And I am also concerned that people in the city, if somehow you're able to limit the purchase of cosmetic pesticides and herbicides in the city, you cannot prevent people from going to a neighboring municipality to purchase those, nor from them being tracked or blown back into the city through whatever means. And I'm concerned about not only the sort of attempt to limit what people can do on private property, but also some of the definitions in this motion, which are highly subjective, I think, and lead to a lot of confusion, not just within administration, but in sort of the public sphere writ large. And that leads me to my last concern, which is that I think this council has lost any political license to do anything on this sort. Honestly, even the notional discussion of this has whipped up a public fervor that city council is obsessed with how people are essentially minding their own business and trying to maintain a pleasant neighborhood for themselves and the people around them. And I know that some folks will disagree with the use of cosmetic pesticides, and I think that's absolutely a worthwhile discussion. And I also think it's a very nuanced one, and the nuance has been absolutely sucked out of this. And so I think council, given that we're all going to have to answer a bunch of emails from people who are whipped up about something, I think council should have the opportunity to vote on this, because we're all going to have to wear it anyhow. And I think both Councillors Rutherford and Cartmel are correct in that the principal argument that the public's going to come back to us with, and they're absolutely right, is that we can't get the maintenance right on our own property. Why are we all of a sudden worried about what's happening in people's front yards? So I absolutely don't support this. I don't think it should pass committee. But if somehow this makes it through, I think council needs to have a say in this because it, I think, is an undertaking of a huge amount of work by city administration. I have concerns about setting them off on what is tantamount to a fool's errand here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I appreciate this motion going forward. I guess to provide clarity to administration is exactly what we are looking for, the information that's required in order for us to make an informed decision. In reference to, public versus private, perhaps the report could, further clarify what approach could be taken in either respect there. And I've heard from constituents on both sides of, and I don't like to say on both sides because I don't want to be pitting neighbor against neighbor. So I do think that we need, I think we need to get all the information out front so that residents can make the, help make the decision and providing their feedback to us, knowing all the scientific evidence. I know I've gotten some from a loud minority. I think we have 1 million Edmontonians and, we've all gotten an abundance of emails, but I don't think that's the only perspective against a ban, and I think we need to have like a more fulsome conversation overall with all Edmontonians to know, for everybody to bring their thoughts on it, whether it be from a health standpoint, environmental standpoint, just a community beautification standpoint. I don't think any of us do like to see the weeds and that growing up on our boulevards and roadways. So I do appreciate that Councillor Jan has brought this forward, and I will be voting in favor of it, and hopefully we can get the information that we need in order to come to a decision. In regards to it coming to council, I'm just wondering if we do need it coming back to committee so that we can hear from all sides, but I'll support this as it is then, and so that all councillors can make their own decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So, I am somewhat empathetic to those that presented at committee 2 weeks ago. I can understand their concerns with the use of herbicides, particularly the somewhat indiscriminate use of pesticides when it's overspray from your neighbor or when it seems that things are being done, purely from an aesthetic purpose. I will say, though, that, I do not like this seeming inclination of council to tell people what to think and to get right into people's lives in just about every moment of the day. I don't think it's wrong necessarily if someone wants to have a nice lawn. I don't think it's wrong necessarily if somebody wants to see their environment aesthetically pleasing. And I don't think that, as has been mentioned, that we are equipped in any way to determine whether particular substances are safe or not. There are other levels of government that employ particular specialists and experts that dispassionately and deliberately evaluate these things to determine whether they're safe or not. The same science that talks about fertilizers and pesticides for cosmetic reasons in an urban environment are the ones that talk about furthering yields in rural environments that allow us to produce the food that feeds not only this country but a good part of the world. It's that same science. It's that same realm. And I think we should leave it to that realm. If there are individuals that are concerned about particular substances and the use in the urban environment, they should take those concerns to those experts and have them evaluated there. Our administration is not equipped to do that. I hear repeated frustrations from people that I represent about how we care for our public spaces. I'll channel my predecessor in terms of the condition of our sports fields, where in a lot of instances, they are no longer considered safe to play on because they have more weeds than grass. I mentioned the safety concerns around roadway medians and boulevards, which seemingly go unintended despite repeated requests to have them attended to. I had the opportunity to visit a few other, and I'll state it plainly, flyover cities, and what they're trying to do to combat the same things that we're trying to do: activate their downtown spaces, bring people back to the core, activate spaces so that we get a bit more positive spirit that allows some of our retail people, for instance, to thrive and survive. In none of those places did I see untrimmed grass fields. In none of those places did I see medians and boulevards and open spaces that look like no one cares. We've had a conversation around safety and security in our public spaces. And when you find yourself in a realm where the trash can is overflowing, where the weeds have not been trimmed, where the weeds are growing 4 feet high, where it looks like no one cares, it's hard to feel like someone's got their eyes on you if something happens. And I know I'm conflating a couple of things here, but it's hard to feel safe in a place where people, it looks like no one gives a damn. In a lot of our places in the city, it looks like no one gives a damn. Our operations group has got a lot on its plate. By my last question, by their own admission. They have their challenges before them to present to us some set of solutions, of standards, of how they're going to take care of our public realm to the expectation of the people that pay the bills. Adding this to their plate is a distraction, at the very least. It doesn't belong here, it belongs at other levels of government, and it adds to a workload that is already challenging, frankly, what looks like an overmatched group. And I hate to say that, but I've been here for 5 years and I've not seen tangible changes in how we care for those public spaces, despite repeated requests to that same. And when I go out to the people that I represent and I say we want to talk about things, other things that we want to do in the city, to in a wealth of different ways that are not essential, that are not the purview of the city, I don't have the political currency to pursue those things because they say, I pay all this money in taxes, and what do I get for it outside the door to the place where I live? I'm not seeing it. We have a ton of work to do. If this is, not to diminish the importance of this, but if this is something we want to look at, we need to look at it after we have got our ducks in a row in the work that's already in front of us. I won't support this. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel very lucky to not be a committee member and not have to vote on this item because I think it's been a really great conversation, and I really do hear the different perspectives that my colleagues have raised. Where I struggle most is that the arc of history bends towards pesticides and herbicides having unintended health impacts on humans. That's sort of our history, and I think it's important to learn from that. That said, what excited me most about the report that came forward was the intent to have a really robust public conversation about this. I think it's absolutely true, as my colleagues have mentioned, that this is about understanding Edmontonians' expectations, not only in terms of the level of service achieved, but how that outcome is achieved, whether that's through chemicals or mechanical means. I really appreciate the commentary on the need to take a robust look at the overall program, the maintenance program, the unit output, and I feel that more holistic approach, looking overall at our service standards, in conjunction with the other commentary around turf maintenance, for me that seems like a really appropriate place, an opportunity to think holistically about how we are moving forward. So I think I will just leave it there. So again, I think that the additional information that's requested through this motion is really valid and important for us to understand as we make decisions. I think that the other work underway also helps address some of the the broader, more holistic issues. So if I was on committee as I'm talking myself through this, I think I would support gathering this additional information, but appreciate that that will be up to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much for this great conversation, both the 2 weeks prior and then today. I really grappled with this one. You know, I do see that, I mean, the Municipal Government Act is clear that municipalities do have a role in public health. And so I agree with my colleague in terms of, you know, history has shown us that the industry takes a long time to recognize the health effects, and they have to be pretty adverse before we start to make movement. So I hear that tension, but I also, you know, I'm grounded in before even getting a bunch of emails, and I agree with Councillor Hamilton. I did definitely get chain emails, but I got a lot of personalized emails from my constituents, absolutely. But before even getting all of those, I know the value of social capital. I mean, I have a master's in community development, and social capital is really your currency for how you get anything accomplished. And I really do worry that we're not getting our house in order as a municipality before we're trying to change others, and that is even the generation of reports and information is causing discourse in the community that is wrecking our social capital. And so I worry about the generation of this report at this time in terms of that overall reflection on our council and advancing the goals that we want to achieve. I think that this is absolutely important to discuss. I think this is important to advance when the timing is right. And for me, that timing would be right when we have the social capital, when we can prove that we can do our own maintenance well, and when we can have further conversations, maybe through an Office of the Environment. I love that idea. I think that that's something that would be really valuable. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the thing I'm hearing from my constituents, regardless of the issue, is the importance of quality of life and the quality of life that they want to have as Edmontonians in this city. And there's a tension here. There's a tension because there's quality of life arguments on both sides of this debate today. And at the end of the day, we also have to recognize that this is, while public health is in our jurisdiction, making assessments on pesticide by pesticide usage is something that the federal government does do and does regulate, as well as the provincial. So I do think we have enough on our, as was mentioned, enough on our administrative plates right now, and things that I'd rather their attention be focused towards, that this is a conversation I wouldn't mind having later on down the road. I don't think it's a conversation we should be having at this juncture in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to wait until my colleagues shared and I want to hear what they had to say. I'm not going to support this. I've kind of expressed earlier that I think the motion itself is problematic for a number of reasons. I don't think keep repeating what we keep putting forward is necessarily going to change the outcome. I think if we want to recommend specific stakeholders, we can do that without a full-blown motion that continues to whip up unnecessarily public emotions around this, which has really become a very emotional conversation. You know, the cosmetic pesticide is not something I go to bed thinking about, but it certainly has been something that I go to bed thinking about a lot. And I know it's a topic of passion for many people. I guess, I ask about the past policy decision because I don't think we've spent enough time really understanding it properly. One of the concerns from the previous round was that, the concern about taking away all the tools that we might have as a city, and I think that's valid, and I can see that as perhaps an unintended consequence of something like what we're talking about today. And since the 2015, I know we've done some of the evaluation around our own pesticide use, but not necessarily on the broader implications and impact on community, on environment. Have we seen a tangible improvement in the health of community and environment? And has it made sure, we've decreased the use of herbicide, but, have we seen impact in other areas? So I think until we actually understand the implications of the things that we have passed, until we do a good job with our own city-owned public properties, I'm not really interested in extending an imperfect or ineffective solution that creates more gaps in enforcement and stretches our resources too thin. I think there are things that we can do that is within the city jurisdiction. I think having natural front yard as part of the Front Yard in Bloom, I think is an excellent idea, or similar campaigns like Go Bagless. Public education doesn't just have to focus around pesticide and the chemical nature of them itself, and I think we can promote organic gardens, et cetera. And I think those are within our power. When we get into territories that are much broader, I also question if our staff have the capacity to take that on at this point. If it's about increasing those voices and perspectives from medical to public health on our advisory group, by all means, I think that's great. I think we do need to have a balanced and more diverse perspective on that advisory group, and I know we'll talk about the subsequent for the Office of Environment. But I don't think this motion is the right way to get there. And I guess, I am absolutely okay with seeking those information, like Councillor Stevens said, but I also think what is presented to us in the report does address that. I think science on pesticide has changed, a lot since the days of DDT, when everyone thought they were safe and they were actually tested under agriculture conditions, like Health Canada is doing these days. But now we're, building man-made nests for ospreys in an effort to rehabilitate the species in our natural environment, which we know is also correlated with the health of humans as well. So I think bodies, science and bodies of research have evolved over time, and I think it's fair for us on these policy decisions to take that much broader view. But I just don't necessarily think right now, I feel like we're conflating a lot of issues here, and I don't support moving forward in this way. So I think that conversation is inevitable in the future, but I think we need to get a few things in order with our own house before expanding further. So I think I've said all that I want to say, and I think the last thing I would just mention, I appreciate all the advocates on both sides of this, raising awareness, getting Edmontonians engaged. I'm actually, I was glad to see many of the residents, writing in, because this is an issue that really kind of got them passionate. But I think there's a fine line between passion and disrespect. And I think there's an effective and an ineffective way of advocating on certain issues. So I just want to put that out there, getting mails and kind of, letter spamming, and in fact, people calling my office and yelling at my staff is absolutely unnecessary and unhelpful to the conversation. This is very nuanced, like Councillor Hamilton mentioned, and so let's, I think I've committed to staying open mind about this, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you. Sorry, I went over my time.
Hear, hear. Anybody else to speak? Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing to add.
Then I'll call the vote. Please vote.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. That motion has failed on a tie. I will move receipt of information of this report. Right after. Please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. Receipt of information is carried. I believe there's a subsequent motion. Councillor Wright.
Hi, yes, thank you. I did send the motion to the clerk's office this morning. I don't know if you've got it yet, if we can put that up.
Yes, we did receive the motion.
It might need some massaging.
Did you want us to share that wording back with you, Councillor Wright?
If you've got something prepared, that'd be great. Thank you.
We don't have anything prepared at the moment. If I could actually just seek the
So maybe I'll just speak to what my intent is for the upcoming motion.
You
Absolutely.
can also
Okay,
circle
that would
back
be
later in the
helpful.
meeting and do that as well, if, just to provide.
Would
some
you,
time.
would you need some additional time if we come back to it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, if we could come back to that, if I could speak with you maybe at
Over the lunch break, perhaps?
Yep,
Okay.
and we can get some clarity on that.
Okay, thanks,
you.
Erin. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, let's do that. So that concludes this item. Thank you all for participating. Appreciate your willingness to provide your input in some challenging conversations. So your time and work is appreciated. Councillor Jens?
I had a subsequent as well.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Sorry, that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration by council during the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations for the city to enable the use of goats and or grazing animals to assist with weed control on city property. Very quickly, by way of introduction, this is looking at renewing the goat project that we used to have, as well as looking at the Fort Saskatchewan sheep project and other initiatives that we can use in the River Valley. There's research around these as educational tools, tourist tools, fun for the whole family, and who doesn't like some goats and sheep? Thank you.
I will seek the advice of the clerk to see if that is in order. I think it is, very tenuously, an extension of the open spaces conversation, but not really the pesticide conversation.
Yes, so it's,
So it may have to be notice of motion at the next council meeting, Councillor Jens.
Whatever the
I would
dealer's choice. What would you prefer?
On the safer side of things, how about we offer that as notice of motion?
Please do. May it count as notice of motion now, or do we need to do that at the end?
Providing notice does not result in a debate or discussion. You've provided notice, if you phrase it that way, and we'll talk about it next Monday.
Notice provided. Thank you.
Theoretically. We have a few queued up next Monday. So we'll consider that notice, Madam Clerk.
yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Any other subsequents or others related to item 6.3? Very good. Thank you again, Mr. Seabrook, and to your team. Before we move to the next item, I'm going to make a motion that we make, bear with me, just to help Mayor Sohi participate later today. I'd like to make item 6.1 time specific for 1:30. Mayor Sohi's got a couple of motions that he'd like to present on that item. So if we can do that. Do we have speakers on that? One. So with the indulgence of Ms. Milligan, we'll do that at 1:30. Sorry to keep you, I only just heard, I'm sorry. Please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, so first thing this afternoon, we'll speak to item 6.1. That takes us to item 6.2. On the unfinished business list, fines and penalties for excess vehicle noise. Good morning.
Good morning. We are here today to respond to a motion regarding excess vehicle noise. With us to discuss this issue is Keith Scott, Acting Branch Manager for Community Standards and Neighborhoods, James Junio, Director, Community Standards Peace Officers, Kevin Tumulty, Coordinator, Community Standards Peace Officers, and Nancy Jacobson with our Law Branch. I will hand it over to Mr. Scott.
Thanks. Excessive vehicle noise is a chronic issue and one that can cause interruptions to the peace that people expect while inside their homes. The number of complaints received about vehicle noise by the Edmonton Police Service has escalated significantly in the last few years, and as a result, administration and EPS have partnered by way of Project Tensor to conduct targeted vehicle noise enforcement. Although the EPS remains the lead partner on vehicle noise and other traffic enforcement efforts, the city peace officers have volunteered to support and supplement the efforts to mitigate vehicle noise concerns. As a result of this work being a proof of concept, neither the Edmonton Police Service nor administration has dedicated resources assigned only to vehicle noise enforcement. On the city side of the project, Project Tensor operations are supported by diverting general duty peace officers from other duties, as well as on overtime shifts, in addition to the regular day-to-day operations around noise enforcement. These joint Project Tensor enforcement operations use the complaints data to guide the location, time, and duration of the operation. In 2019, 72 vehicle noise-related tickets were issued. In 2020, the first version of the Project Tensor, 138 vehicle noise tickets were issued during the project and during regular operations. In 2021, a focus on the issuance of notice of direction orders was the aim of the project in order to reduce repeat offenders as it relates to excessive vehicle noise. In total, peace officers issued 708 tickets related to vehicle noise throughout 2021. For 2022, there are 12 Tensor operations planned for the vehicle noise season. Given that 93% of the tickets issued by the Community Standards Peace Officers are using provincial traffic legislation, there is limited room to increase fines and penalties. Should Council wish to increase enforcement capacity, this would either require redirecting existing enforcement officers from other duties or increasing the capacity through additional enforcement officer resources. Although the city's past pilot of automated enforcement measures was not deemed successful, technology is advancing considerably in this field, and many jurisdictions are piloting new technologies which appear promising. If such an approach was to be implemented here, however, it would require new legislation and forensic acceptance from the courts. In 2021, city peace officers wrote 5 times as many vehicle noise-related tickets as in 2020. We are continuing that enforcement pressure on the issue in 2022 by partnering with the Edmonton Police Service for 12 Project Tensor operations, scheduled throughout the vehicle noise season. Project Tensor remains a proof of concept, and both administration and the Edmonton Police Service will be monitoring year-over-year complaints to ensure that the enforcement efforts are causing a reduction in complaints. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. We'll ask administration to step back now while we hear from our speakers. We have an additional registration on item 6.2, so I'll move that committee also hear from Haroon Ali. Please vote.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We're just sending the vote now.
Yes for me.
And we have 4 votes.
Please display a vote. That's carried. So our first speaker will be Alexander McKean, who I think is remote. And our second speaker will be Haroon Ali, who I believe is also remote. I don't see him here. So just a reminder to our speakers then that we'll hear from each of you for 5 minutes each. There may be a timer displayed, there may not, but you may want to wish to keep your time on your own. After we've heard from both speakers, then councillors will have the opportunity to ask you any questions. So we encourage you to stay through the completion of councillor questions to both speakers. And that'll happen forthwith. So I believe both of you have been here before, so that should not be anything new. First, we'll go to Alexander McKean. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council and Mayor Sohi, for allowing me to speak today. So basically, today I am here to present the other side of the argument to Councillor Jan's position of increased fines and penalties for motor vehicle enthusiasts in the Edmonton area. I am one of those enthusiasts. I live and work in the city. I rely on my vehicle for work, and I also have it modified, I guess you could say, in a way that would be in contravention of the imposed bylaws that Councillor Jan seeks to strengthen. So basically, my point against Councillor Jan's motion is that he's kind of all over the map in terms of why the penalties need to be updated. The first point that you'll see is that Councillor Jans calls it a public safety issue. He said in his own petition on his website, as well as in other interviews, that the loud vehicles are the ones that are speeding through our neighborhoods and racing up and down our highways. I'm sure that is true. However, we are not the biggest cause of speed-related issues in this city or, in fact, in any other jurisdiction. Councillor Jans also claims that we are a public health issue, and he speaks as though we are the sole contributing source to environmental noise within the city that can lead to things such as heart disease and diabetes, which is not true as well. And there's been multiple interviews that Councillor Jans has given where he's basically stated that the entire point of the increased fines is to basically increase revenue for the police service and for the city. So for my first point, you'll see I found some social media posts from across the country from various police services. All of the vehicles pictured there appear to be stock, normal, either pickup trucks or family vehicles. And that is the case in most posts. If you look, you'll see that very few vehicles that are captured at impound speeds in various provinces are vehicles that are modified and loud. To the public health point, Councillor Jans quotes a 2011 World Health Organization study that was done in Western Europe that says that the second highest cause of premature death or disease on the continent is noise, but that is all environmental noise, not just motor vehicles. There is a slide that shows the population density between Edmonton and similarly populated areas. The population density of Edmonton compared to cities such as Cologne, Germany, or Birmingham, UK, is anywhere from 31% to 50% of the population density. Those areas also have a much higher sale of diesel vehicles. Germany alone in 2011, when the study was done, sold almost 1.5 million diesel vehicles, which is what the entirety of sales for everything in the country of Canada was in that time frame. So to try and point the issue squarely at loud vehicles being the ones that are modified, the data shows that that's certainly not the case. It's also been found that the traffic safety initiatives that the city has through EPS is going to lose $9.1 million by the end of the year. Isn't it convenient that all of a sudden we have this great way of increasing our tickets to $5,000 or $10,000 for noisy vehicles to make up for that shortfall? My final piece, while I have 30 seconds left, Councillor Jan stated that no vehicles sold loud. Unfortunately for him, I found several vehicles that are sold at dealerships here in the city that range from 88 to 110 decibels. Anybody can buy these vehicles. They come from the factory like this. It's not just people that are modifying vehicles, and we shouldn't be penalized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Haroon Ali. Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Councillor. I fully agree with Councillor Jans on this. It is a public safety issue. Last night, for example, I was walking with my friends to a restaurant and a car blew straight through a red light, speeding. And I'm 100% sure it's going at least over 20 over the speed limit in the area. And this was just in Windsor Park. These are communities with families, with kids. You know what I mean? If we want to build a safer city, yes, unfortunately, it is going to take all of us collectively to build a safer city. And that includes ensuring that we don't have noisy vehicles that are exceeding 80 decibels, because to be frank, that's ridiculous. We should not be having vehicles that are going in excess of 50 kilometers an hour. I fully agree with Councillor Jans that if a vehicle is driving 50 over, they should not have a license and they should not have a car. This is not a racetrack. This is a city where people live. People deserve to feel safe in their community. People should not be worrying about their child getting hit by a car that's going over 50 kilometers an hour. And I will remind everyone here that once again, pedestrians do take priority in almost every circumstance. So we need to be mindful of that. And if you want to build, like, if you want to achieve what's called zero what's called fatalities a year, it is going to take some work, and I believe that this motion will help us achieve that, will help us work towards that. Once again, just to reiterate, it is loud. It's quite loud. I'm sure we have all heard a car drive by. I'm sure what's called, especially the councillors living in downtown, or even at work too. And to be frank, I think what Councillor Jans is suggesting isn't even radical. I think it's the bare minimum that a lot of residents in Windsor Park, Garneau, Strathcona, downtown area have been begging for. They've been begging for action to occur to feel safe in their community. And I think that's quite important. And while I'm a fan of direct action, many of those who signed Mr. McKean's petition don't even live in Edmonton. And I feel as if this motion is a good step towards us achieving our city's goals to really make sure we're a safe, inclusive city where you don't have to listen to cars driving. You don't have to listen to excessive noise and vehicles that have been modified to do that, because once again, we have to be considerate neighbors to everyone. So that is all I'm asking for a committee to do today, what's called to approve Councillor Jans' motion, and I hope to feel safer in my community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions of our guests. I'll just wait for the list to populate here. Councillor Wright, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McKean, I'm just wondering, you say that you rely on your vehicle for work, but does your work require you to have it noisy?
No, it doesn't. That's a personal choice that I have. My vehicle does not break any of the laws outlined by the Traffic Safety Act. The vehicle has a full exhaust system on it. It has the catalytic converters. It has mufflers. It has secondary resonators and mufflers on it as well. It just happens to be a performance exhaust that is bought from the aftermarket, not unlike anything that you could get from a Dodge or Ford dealership for one of their vehicles, that is built by those car companies for the vehicles to make them a little bit louder as well.
Okay, so the modifications then that you've had installed does take it past that, what is it, the 80 decibels?
More than likely, yes.
Okay, so I guess I just want to understand sort of the thought process as to why the need for a noisy vehicle.
It's not so much a need for a noisy vehicle. it is a part of just what I enjoy. I am a car enthusiast. I enjoy anything that has an engine, whether it be a boat or a plane or a car. And it's part of our hobby. We do things to our vehicles, whether it be exhaust modifications to make them sound a little bit better, whether it be lower them on suspension parts or add different wheels or change the paint color. We do them as a form of expression. And I think the biggest issue for myself and for the car community is the position that I am breaking the law because I have put on an exhaust system that otherwise meets all requirements under the EPA and the province's Traffic Safety Act. But because it didn't come off the factory floor like a Porsche 911 did that is 108 decibels, I'm breaking the law. But the dentist or the doctor with the Porsche that is much louder than my car isn't.
So I'm just trying to understand, the enjoyment of your hobby, does that sort of override others' rights of enjoyment of their environment?
Absolutely not. But we also have to remember that we're in a city of 1.1 million people. Whether I'm driving by a pub on White Avenue or an ETS bus is driving by the exact same pub, the bus is going to be louder than I am. In fact, there are many days where I'm stuck in traffic beside city buses, EPCOR trucks, commercial vehicles that are used to build infrastructure, deliver our food and clothing, where I can't hear my own radio at a normal level or the conversation I'm having with my passenger because those vehicles are much louder than mine.
Okay, so the concern of my constituents in Southeast Edmonton is hearing the noise of those vehicles tearing up and down our residential streets. There's not necessarily a lot of buses, unfortunately, going through our neighborhoods. So like, and sort of situated in between the Henday and the White Mud, it is when people are out trying to, enjoy their summer evenings, and into the early hours of the morning, it infringes upon their enjoyment, and I don't know if maybe that community sort of understands the impact that it is having on a good number of that 1.1 million people.
The community does understand, but we also take the standpoint of go after the ones that are being inconsiderate and irresponsible. There are a great many of us in the community that do not enjoy having our meats ruined because someone decides that they're going to drive their vehicle in a manner that makes it sound like it's letting off gunshots. There are many of us in the community that don't enjoy, having our meats shut down because people decide that they're going to start revving their vehicle in the parking lot where we're having our meat, and that causes either EPS to come and remove us or have the property owner remove us. It's a fight that we've been dealing with within our own community as well, but our position is also target those that are the ones being irresponsible, don't target everybody.
Okay, and these meets are held in industrial areas, residential areas, at local racetracks?
They're held all over the place. We just had an event over the weekend at Stratotech Park near Fort Saskatchewan. There's a lot of commercial plazas throughout the city where we have pop-up meets where we get together and we hang out. I was at one on Friday night until just after midnight.
And does Fort Saskatchewan have similar bylaws?
I'm not aware of what Fort Saskatchewan has.
Okay, thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yes, thank you both so much for taking time out and coming to speak. I'll start with Alex. I was curious, you were refuting the argument about the linkage around the impact of noise pollution and health. I'm curious, what's that based on? I mean, you cited the WHO paper, but I'm just wondering are you basing that on other kind of scientific papers of that nature?
So unfortunately, the only other thing that I could find was a paper that was done that was centered in the city of Toronto. And again, it did suggest that there were environmental noise issues. However, they didn't, again, pinpoint specifically to vehicle traffic. Certainly, it is a cause for potential issues. You know, our city highways are only getting busier. The White Mud has a daily traffic count of around 100,000 vehicles a day, and that's only going to continue to grow as the city grows. But again, none of these specific environmental noise studies point specifically to motor vehicles as being the cause. A lot of them point to construction activity, the noise of transit, the noise of aircraft flying over the city, and those other similar day-to-day things.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate you elaborating on that. And also, you know, you sharing insights about this community that, quite frankly, I'm not very familiar with. But one thing I've learned just a little bit from, you know, from some others, say the motorcycle community, you know, similar argument that, you know, there's vast majority of people who are respectful about kind of how they show up on the streets, and in fact a tendency to actually go outside of the city to, I don't know, rev it up, if you will. But it sounds like, you know, for your group, it's really gathering within the city. Is that right?
There are pockets of areas within the city where we certainly will go and we will have, you know, a weekly car meet. The areas outside of the city aren't conducive to a meet, so to speak. They're more for, you know, if you want to get a group together and go for a drive. That would be where you would find yourself heading outside of the city, or if you were heading to Radtork Raceway or Stratotech for an event like was held over the weekend at Stratotech Park. There was an event there. However, for the most part, you know, it's groups of people getting together to sit in a parking lot and basically either show off what they've done new to their vehicle in the last couple of weeks, or to just, you know, talk about their day and shoot the breeze with their friends.
Yeah. No, great. Thank you for that. I just have one more question for Haroon. The incident you were talking about in Windsor Park feels like really an issue about speeding, which is, you know, like I agree it is pretty awful, and we experience that quite a bit in our street. But I'm wondering, are you making an association between cars that tend to speed with cars that tend to be modified to be louder?
Yes. Well, once again, this happened near Lister, right? So the car was a louder car, and this is from my understanding, from my conversations with my peers at Lister, this is a regular occurrence that happens on this road, which makes especially students feel unsafe too, because once again, we had the right of way, the actual right of way where the right light was red, and we had the right of way, but they still didn't stop, and they still blew past 30 kilometers an hour, or 20.
Yeah, it sounds like there's multiple layers of problems there that traffic, obedience, all of that you have mentioned. So thank you so much for you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. I, with some trepidation, will take my turn. So I guess, Mr. McKean, what I understood you to say a moment ago was that there is a community of modified car enthusiasts. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I want to ask you this. I understood you to say that some are quote-unquote responsible and some are less responsible, and those are the ones that go racing around and burn donuts in parking lots and go ripping up and down arterial roads at 2 in the morning and give the rest of you a bad name. Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you've said that you've tried to manage within your cohort to get those that misbehave to stop misbehaving. Is that fair?
We do, yes, and I actively see it at our meets that we have on a weekly basis, where as soon as someone starts to become a bad actor, usually the crowd will gather around and tell them that they're no longer welcome. And more often than not, those people do leave and don't return.
They don't return to your meets, but it's not like they leave the city.
But that's to say that they don't necessarily live in the city, which is why I don't understand the argument of, it's people that are flooding into Edmonton from surrounding areas for the meets, when there's a large community just within Edmonton where we do live, work, and reside in the city.
Well, I wouldn't divide them on those lines, so I wonder if you'd agree with this. There's a line between those that have modified cars that hit the show and shine and show off their modifications and do those kinds of things, which I confess I have a little bit of empathy for, and those that go ripping around our city, disturbing the peace, seemingly intentionally. And you within your group have not figured out a way to manage those people. And you know who they are because they show up to your meets. But you're telling us not to do anything to try to manage those people because we might catch up others in the process. Have I got it right?
No, not at all. Those of us that are within the community that are the responsible owners and operators have nothing against going after those that are being irresponsible and disrespectful.
So how ought we do that then? How do we discern between the modified car, such as yourself, leaving a parking lot at midnight noisily, albeit not as noisy as others, and those that are being noisy for the sake of being noise? How does anybody in a position of authority differentiate that?
We do it on a case-by-case basis.
So that more police.
Sorry, go ahead.
More police, more check stops, more what? What would that be?
Well, I believe we leave it up to the discretion of our police officers and our peace officers. If they are driving down, say, Gateway Boulevard, and they see someone ripping off a side road or out of a parking lot and racing down Gateway Boulevard at speeds that are in excess of what the speed limit is, or driving in a way that would be in contravention of the criminal code for dangerous operation or careless operation, then absolutely that person deserves to get everything that they get. If it's someone like myself who's taking the due care and control to ensure that I'm driving safely, but my vehicle is a little bit louder than what the noise bylaw is, it's one of those balancing acts, right?
So, Mr. McKean, last night I was visiting my mom and dad, who are elderly, who get surprised by loud noises that they don't anticipate. And in the course of about 3 hours sitting in their backyard, we had over a dozen motorcycles go past their backyard. They back onto an arterial road. One of them was on one wheel.
Yep.
We had two or three sets of cars racing down that road.
Mm-hmm.
All of which to say interrupted our evening repeatedly, and quite frankly startled and scared my dad a few times.
Yep.
So you say we should, on a case-by-case basis, punish those that are carrying out those activities. Do you have a sense of how many police officers we would need to stand post on every arterial road in the city to try to make that not happen?
You wouldn't necessarily need to stand on post. You could set it up in a similar manner that you would for speed enforcement, for distracted driving enforcement, or for impaired operation enforcement.
Do your groups share information when check stops are set up or speed traps are set up, or do you have a little chat thing that you do to say don't go down this road or don't go down that road?
The only group thing that I'm involved in is our Facebook page that has thousands of people in it, and it's not often that I see something like that.
Thank you for joining us today, Mr. McKean.
Yep.
Councillor Knack, you're next.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Just one last question. I guess I'm a little confused with the notion that we can both be responsible and break a bylaw that is in place. And so I'm wondering if you can help me understand what feels to me to be two completely opposite items, which is that if you're knowingly breaking a bylaw meant to help improve people's quality of life, how that can be done responsibly.
So the way that I see the correlation, and maybe it might be a little bit easier to put it in this respect. If you, by all intents and purposes, are a law-abiding, tax-paying homeowner in the city, but you have dogs in your backyard that bark all the time, or children in the backyard that are constantly loud, day and night, disturbing the peace of the neighbors behind you, would it be reasonable to impose a $5,000 or $10,000 fine on that pet owner and seize their pet so that they are no longer allowed to own it based on the animal barking and disturbing the peace?
I guess the question is, and I'm not a pet owner, but can pets surpass 80 decibels on a continued basis? I'm guessing not. So that's the difference, though, because what I'm struggling with is that in those scenarios, that's not violating a bylaw that was crafted to help people's quality of life. So I'm not sure I'm understanding why we should be okay with surpassing that when, frankly, I mean, and I've only been representing communities in Edmonton now for just under a year. And now I can begin to understand why former councillors McKean and Henderson were so adamant about this and trying so many different ways to help. I have people who've been dealing with this for decades and haven't seen resolution. So I'm struggling to see why we should keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Isn't it time to hold people accountable to knowingly choosing to break a bylaw?
Okay, so I will put the reverse out. Is it reasonable to not allow someone to continue to work or to cause such a financial burden because they decide that they want to purchase an exhaust system that otherwise meets all legal requirements other than noise?
But that is still a legal requirement. So I'm not sure why we should pull that out.
But
why should we pull that legal requirement out?
Why is it a legal requirement for me to conform to a noise bylaw when my car was, say, not built with a performance exhaust system?
So I guess the question is,
but you can go to a Chevy dealership and buy a Corvette or a Silverado, or go to a Ford dealership and buy a Ford Raptor or a Ford Mustang and be able to drive around while exceeding those noise bylaws, but it's okay because your vehicle was purchased from the factory like that.
So I guess the question is, should we have a noise bylaw? Does it make sense? Like I'm hearing that, like, it feels like do you believe there's value in having a bylaw that limits how much noise can be created in an urban environment?
Well, I mean, sure there is, but then the slippery slope is, at what point do we now say that EPCOR or the city can't operate diesel buses and trucks and snow clearing equipment because they're too loud and they disturb the peace? At what point do we then go forward and say we need to ban lawn care equipment because it's too loud and runs at 100 decibels and wakes people up, early in the morning? We think about, such a small area without realizing that the ramifications down the road could be eventually we all have to live in this bubble of no noise because our peace and enjoyment means more than being able to live a day-to-day life.
Out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thanks. So maybe just to pick up from there, I did just want to click on, I think more than anything to clarify that, Councillor Jans is certainly not alone in raising these concerns. It's a huge concern in my ward, and I applaud the work that he's done to bring that forward. So just picking up from that point, I guess I'm struggling that you don't seem to draw a distinction between an optional hobby versus essential city services like snow clearing and ETS. Could you help me understand that?
So it's very hard to equate a similar thing in terms of a hobby that would be disruptive to the community outside of the enthusiast automotive and motorcycle community. Yes, it is something we have chosen to partake in. It is something that we have chosen to spend, some would say, ridiculous amounts of money on in order to make ourselves happy. But again, it is about balancing the needs of the many against the needs of the few.
Well, I think precisely that.
And I think that there is a way to balance those needs, but I think that those discussions need to be held, with people that have skin in the game, that we come to an equitable resolution on it. Certainly the enthusiast community has seen these proposals as nothing more than a hammer-fisted cash grab. And, I think that if we were to move forward with determining how to balance the noise issues and the enforcement, it needs to be done at a level that takes in all aspects of what is allowed and what isn't. Because again, like I said to Councillor Knack, Transport Canada sets out guidelines for what they allow to be certified for sale on Canadian roads. If any number of vehicles can be certified by Transport Canada to be operational at levels that are 30 to 40 decibels above what is being proposed for a noise bylaw, then I think that needs to be taken into account. I think that we need to have the discussions with those people in the industry and the stakeholders in general to come up with some sort of solution that works for everyone.
Yeah, and I think, you've mentioned the importance in terms of this being a form of expression. And, just want to clarify that it's understood that the other elements in terms of paint, lights, dropping carriages, all of that is still within the realm of possibility. That's not being infringed on in any way by mitigating the noise, which is the one thing that does affect others around. Is does that not provide enough in terms of balancing needs?
It's not really the same thing. There are many things beyond what I can speak to at a council chamber or a committee meeting that are beneficial in terms of the modifications that can be done or the things that can be changed on a vehicle that would result in them being louder. But again, as I said, it's something that we need to discuss in a way that is equitable and balanced and not necessarily just a heavy-handed approach to deal with a few people that are the biggest problem makers.
Yeah, and just to circle back, I don't understand how you can drive responsibly if it exceeds 85 decibels. That is, I think, the threshold and the standard and the balance that has been put in. So I'm still not following that point.
Ask Connor McDavid. He seemed to drive responsibly with his Ferrari the other day, and I can guarantee you that that vehicle well exceeds 85 decibels.
Well, we'll just have to see with our new enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McKean, for coming to speak and advocate for yourself and the other enthusiasts. I'm sure that must not have been easy, but I do have a question. The vehicle enthusiasts that you meet with, are they all modified vehicles that tend to be louder vehicles, or is it just vehicle enthusiasts in general?
So the enthusiast community runs the gambit. You know, you've got 17-year-old high school kids that have bought their first car and they want to meet like-minded people because they have an idea in their mind as to how they want to build their vehicle. You've got people like myself that some would call the ancients of the community. We've been around since we were in our teenage years, that try to, you know, assist the younger ones in going in the right direction. And then you've got those of us that are, you know, my parents and grandparents' age in their 60s and 80s that come out with their hot rods and muscle cars that they've had since brand new when they were 20-year-olds.
So not necessarily all of them?
Not necessarily all of them.
Now, do you feel that all of the the owners of vehicles that do exceed the noise level, do you think they're actually part of vehicle enthusiast groups? How many do you think?
There are a lot that are, whether it be anybody with a Honda Civic that's a little bit louder, to the groups that are almost exclusively the high-end Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche groups that are out doing, you know, their own thing, having their own meets, having their own events. There are clusters of vehicle enthusiast groups all over the city and all over, you know, the Facebook group pages that are easily found just by doing a quick search.
Okay, and I hope, you know, you said that you see teenagers coming or younger generation coming to these groups, and I hope you do, you know, try to encourage more of a community-minded, peaceful modifications. Sorry, my next question, you did mention that you think that maybe enforcement needs to be a judgment call, but then you also mentioned that maybe we needed more automated enforcement as opposed to
No, I
officers?
didn't. I said I didn't say anything about automated. I spoke of speed traps where, you know, you would have an officer or a peace officer sitting, running a radar gun, being the one that is catching someone. An automated system has been found to not work by the province already, and that is not something that they are even willing to bring to the table on this. And again, automated systems aren't necessarily going to work either, because you'll be picking up those vehicles, as I mentioned before, that are louder than your threshold, that are completely stock, and you know, it's going to take one lawyer or one doctor with deep pockets that's had a really crappy day to spend money that I could only dream of spending in fighting this.
Okay, well, this leads to another question of mine that I have for you. Is your issue, it seems to be with it being the difference between stock and modified. Is it just because in the motion it speaks of modified vehicles? Because I do believe that stock vehicles would also be held to the same standards.
Well, and that there is part of the problem. So how can the city of Edmonton dictate to its population what vehicles they cannot purchase when Transport Canada has signed off on the certification of those vehicles and say they're fine for public consumption on Canadian roads?
Well, it's almost like the pesticide ban. You can purchase it, you just maybe couldn't drive it.
And the pesticide ban is doing wonders in the city right now from everything that we're seeing, right?
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that concludes questions of our guests. Just giving anybody else a chance to click on. Not seeing any. So that takes us now to questions of administration. However, I'll tell you what. Why don't I'll go to Councillor Jans first because I believe he has a motion to put on the floor. And so we'll do that, and then we'll break for lunch, and a reminder that we go to 6.1, item 6.1 when we come back. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the amended motion. I'll look to the clerk that they have a copy of it. I just sent it in the chat. I move that administration develop an implementation plan for option 5, bracket, enhanced vehicle noise enforcement, bracket, including increased fine amounts, budget requirements for additional enforcement resources, potential funding options, and a plan for enhanced deployment starting in Q2 2023. Due date November 21, 2022, Community and Public Services Committee. And also, as part 2 of it, that the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Government of Alberta to recognize automated roadway noise enforcement tools and allow municipalities to use them for noise infractions. Number 2, that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Government of Alberta for the Traffic Safety Act to be amended to allow municipalities to ban vehicle modifications that cause for excessive roadway noise and explore tools to restrict the sale of said products. And number 3, that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Government of Alberta for the Traffic Safety Act to be amended to allow municipalities to seize vehicles driving in excess of 50 kilometers an hour over the speed limit. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the motion on the floor. I don't see the part 3 there, Madam Clerk, so.
We're just getting that added right now.
Very good. Okay. So why don't we leave it there? We will recess for lunch. We'll convene again at 1:30 on item 6.1, then return to this item after that. Thanks, everybody. We are in recess. Good morning and welcome. Good morning. Second word, and I'm already. Anyway, good afternoon and welcome back to the August 22nd Community and Public Services Committee meeting. We're now at time specific for item 6.1, urban farms on public lands. I'm just hesitating a moment because I know Mayor Sohi wanted to be present for this. And I thought he was coming, so maybe we'll just wait a moment or two. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll proceed with administration's presentation, and we do have a speaker that we've asked to wait around a little bit, so we'll maybe get started there. Okay. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We're here this afternoon to update you on our urban farms and gardens, potential opportunities and barriers report. So back in April, administration committed to exploring the option of converting city-owned and maintained turf into urban gardens and farms as an alternative to turf maintenance. The report is informed by our engagement with various external stakeholders such as not-for-profit farms, local restaurant owners, residents, agencies, and a municipality with an existing urban farm program, as well as by a high-level assessment of current turf inventory that might be suitable for urban gardens or farms. With me this afternoon is Craig McEwen, our branch manager, Parks and Road Services, as well as Travis Kennedy and Nicole Frazier from the branch as well. We also have a cross-functional integrated team from across the corporation available today, including urban planning and economy and real estate, as well online to answer questions. I'll now ask Craig to walk you through the presentation outlining the possibility of developing an urban farming program and expanding our urban gardens programs.
Thank you, Gord. Good morning, committee members. My name is Nicole Fraser. I'm the General Supervisor of Operations Planning and Monitoring, and I'll be presenting today. Supporting and developing urban farms and gardens aligns with the objectives and strategic directions of FRESH, Edmonton's food and urban agriculture strategy, and contributing to Edmonton's climate adaptation strategy, Climate Resilient Edmonton, by helping to ensure that Edmonton's food systems are resilient, reliable, and secure. Urban gardens and farms are potentially a means to reduce the amount of city-maintained turf in open spaces and on boulevards and increase access to Edmontonians for alternative uses to thrive. Administration has completed a scan of city-owned and maintained turf inventory to determine potential land area that could be available for urban farms and gardens. The scan classified the potential suitability based on high-level criteria that would support the lowest barriers to entry for either urban farms or community gardens. A high-level inventory assessment of turf maintained by city operations in parks and open spaces was completed. Criteria used in the analysis included land size, slope, existing naturalization and natural areas, real estate status, and proximity to other land uses such as utilities, schools, and community sites. Certain areas such as protected natural areas, sports fields, and stormwater management facilities were excluded. The results of this initial high-level analysis revealed that 2.1%, or 210 acres of our inventory, is potentially available for urban farms, and 5.1% or 514 acres is potentially available for urban gardens. Urban or specific community gardens are easier to find sites for since they are substantially smaller and are often proposed for community league sites or adjacent parkland. The actual feasibility of any site must be determined at a project level and take into account public engagement and community needs assessments. The analysis of these sites are visually demonstrated on the next slides. While you're not expected to be able to see all of the parcels of land here on this map due to the scale, this slide is a visual of the analysis performed on city-maintained turf inventory, with certain parcels highlighted as suitable for urban farms and others for community gardens. Next slide, please. This image shows a closer look at a section from the previous map. This is a sample area to demonstrate what the turf inventory scan looks like. The green areas are mowed turf, pink are identified as potentially suitable community garden areas, and blue signals potential space for urban farming. It's important to note that potential sites would be assessed at the individual project level prior to establishing an urban garden or farm to rule out incompatible or competing uses. Next slide, please. There we go. The city has several existing programs that are centered on urban agriculture with the support of zoning bylaw changes in 2016 that formally recognized urban farms and gardens as an acceptable land use. Community or urban gardening programs have had a lot of success, continued participation and growth, and positive public feedback recently. Some of the successful programs that continue to gain popularity are community gardens, the pop-up community gardens pilot, Front Yards in Bloom, and the recently launched Boulevard Gardening Program. In 2020, we saw this interest increase with the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only were more people staying closer to home and spending more time in their yards and community, but the issue of food security increased and people sought out ways to reduce dependency on the supply chain. The city saw an opportunity to use some of our own land at Old Man Creek Nursery to grow food that could be donated to local agencies, and that venture was so successful that we have continued it into 2022. Community gardens enhance educational opportunities by providing hands-on learning experiences. Community garden projects are community-driven with support from the city. We've seen several success stories with urban gardens providing Edmontonians with the opportunity to grow their own food and building stronger relationships with their communities. There is a high interest in community gardens and a large inventory of sites that could be transitioned into additional garden spaces. Administration is currently delivering the Community Gardens program using an approved budget, and over the last 3 years, unbudgeted additional resources were required to assist with the increased demand for community gardens as well as the new pop-up garden pilot. Urban farms and gardens share similar characteristics but differ in that urban farms are generally characterized by allowing product sales for revenue generation. Urban farms are also generally larger than community gardens and potentially require more infrastructure such as a watering source, electricity, and larger structures on site. Potential opportunities that urban farms can bring include job creation and enhancing labor skills, providing local restaurants and markets and supporting them, providing options to reduce reliance on major distributors, and innovative use of space and technology. Administration engaged with a broad group of stakeholders and learned about some of the potential barriers or challenges with a potential urban farm program. For the most part, participation in urban farming may be limited due to economies of scale with smaller land size compared to a rural setting, and land availability being limited to pockets of land scattered throughout the city, which makes operation of urban farms more costly. Urban farming would look different from rural farming, with barriers related to other competing land uses and programs, residential proximity, and permitting. Committee direction is therefore needed as guidance for both of the following areas. First, community gardens. Administration plans on continuing the existing budgeted community garden program and community-led construction process for building community gardens. Over the last 3 years, unbudgeted additional resources were required to assist with the increased demand for community gardens, as well as the new pop-up garden pilot. Upon committee's direction, administration could bring forward an unfunded service package as part of the 23 to 26 budget process to support growth of the existing community gardens program and or to operationalize the pop-up community gardens program based on learnings from the 3-year pilot. And second, urban farming. Administration is not currently undertaking the creation of an urban farm program. If directed by committee, next steps for urban farms would be including determining feasibility and public and industry support for urban farming in Edmonton, and if it is feasible, the development and implementation of an urban farming program. In order for this work to move forward, one-time funding would be required. Administration may return to the 2023-2026 budget deliberations with an unfunded service package to support this work. If required, any additional resources required for ongoing program delivery would be brought forward in an operating service package after the development of a program is completed. And this concludes our report presentation. We're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll now hear from our speaker. Good afternoon.
Good
Ms. Milligan.
afternoon.
Appreciate you, no, sorry to interrupt. Thank you for your patience today. We got a bit of a shifting sands of our agenda today, so really appreciate your patience.
No problem.
We'll have 5 minutes for you. There's some lights just to your right. Green for 4 minutes, yellow for 1 minute, and then red means 5 minutes are up.
Okay,
And then
perfect.
we'll have questions of us, of you, from us, of you, after that. So thanks for being here. Please
Great.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Patty Milligan, and I am with Explore Edmonton. My title is Agriculture Education Specialist, and a large part of my job is working at the Edmonton Urban Farm, which I'm very grateful some of you have had the opportunity to visit. So at the, sorry, I'm turning the slides, right? Oh, okay, sure. So if you are aware, the Edmonton Urban Farm is at the corner of 79th Street and 113th Avenue. It's on the southwest kind of edge of the Exhibition Lands development, and it is those 2 full acres. For the first 4 years, it was just the southern portion, and then we expanded in 2021. So we can go to the next slide. In 2013, that land was abandoned and overgrown. It required cutting. It required garbage removal. It had fast fence up. It was definitely ugly. And that was when Jesse Radice, who'd been contracted by Northlands to be a local food consultant, thought, you know, as an ag society, we should be bringing people to this, people in the city should be able to access urban ag production and see how food is grown. And so in 2014, she worked to establish that farm. Then a couple of big moments happened in 2018. We started out sort of entrepreneurial and educational. In 2018, we moved more to community and educational. And then in 2021, we doubled in size. Our excitement this year was to receive 4 greenhouses with a sponsorship from Capital Power, so that's another new amenity that we are just learning to work with. So we'll go to the next slide. So I probably already touched on some of the reasons it was established. It was to provide an educational setting. At the time, it was also serving a sort of entrepreneurial purpose. It was a place for families to come. It's always been open to the public for people to come and see food production. And we've also very much become a hub where we are connecting with other organizations and sharing our expertise and knowledge. We'll go to the next slide. So we have some strategic priorities: sustainability, education, which we've often focused on the thousands of school kids who've come through, but we've also done a lot of work to educate adults and people with the actual growing of food. Food security was a priority that really came to the surface with the pandemic. And many of our families now who are working with us do really rely on that food that they produce, bringing down their grocery budget. And diversity. So we partner with a wide number of organizations. I'll talk a little bit more about them in a moment. So if we can go to the next slide. We've worked very hard to get better and better at sustainability. We mulch like crazy. We really appreciate chip drop. We save rainwater. We are working to have a sample solar power station. We really are proud of the biodiversity we see at the farm, not just coyotes, but also 1 million pollinators. So we're very, very happy with how an urban agricultural setting can also support a very green and biodiverse city. And the fact that we're reusing this space that would have just been sitting there collecting garbage and using up resources without really giving a lot back. Composting is also very high on our list. We do a lot of coaching to make sure that all of our gardeners are master composters. Next slide, please. Education, once again, we in 2019 pre-pandemic, it was kind of the peak of our educational offerings. Almost 5,000 people came through the farm, and a large number of them were students from the greater Edmonton area, but also rural schools, some First Nation schools, some charter schools, and again, a wide number of adults. We'd had a weekly series of adult-focused seminars that talked about like getting growing skills, getting food skills, how to build soil, how to harvest potatoes, all kinds of things, how to support pollinators. Our next slide. And then, of course, food security. So we know what an issue it is. Many of our families in the past really the past 2 years actually, have been families who are newcomer, sometimes refugee, often low income, and we have really worked to be able to provide them with a space where they can, they and their kids and the rest of their community can access fresh produce. And the next slide. And with that also comes diversity. We partner with a large number of groups, and many of them are growing foods that are very hard for them to access in Alberta, so they are growing it. We're very proud of that. Next slide. And our community partnerships. We have over 20 groups farming with us. They include EMCN, Multicultural Health Brokers, Syncunia Community Development Organization. We also have a wide number of groups that visit us, school groups, youth groups, Abbotsfield Youth Project, Crystal Kids, City Hall School. We really developed a wonderful partnership with them as well. So on both ends, the people who are visiting us and the people who are growing with us create a really vibrant network. And then our last slide. Oh, sorry, one of the pictures is flipped. We just feel that this is a unique example. It's not done like other places. It's just one example, but here we see many different things happening. Increased food security, community building, language practice, mental and physical health benefits, cross-cultural exchange, skill sharing and development, and also micro-entrepreneurism. So these are some of the things that are happening together at this little 2-acre plot. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. It's been a few years since I was down there. I think some of you have had a chance to visit. We'll now go to questions of our speaker.
Okay, sure.
Looking to anybody from committee first. Mayor Sohi.
Well, thank you so much. Sorry, I missed some of your presentation, and you highlighted all the good work that you're doing, and it really ties into some of the city's goals as well. Just want to get a sense from you on something that you highlighted a bit, but if you don't mind further expanding on is the economic growth opportunities of having more urban farms in the city, and that how does with jobs and local food supply and all the other things good things you talked about.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are definitely growing resilience, and I think ultimately that does have economic impacts. I wouldn't say we are overtly training people for jobs and for income earning. We do have 2 small micro-entrepreneur projects. One is a heritage fruit tree orchard, and the other is a cut flower business. And they are both doing well, but they are not a business that is a whole family is living off of. It's supplementary income for both of those people. I do think there is the potential. We would love for our farmers to try selling on more occasions than they do. Really, the food goes back into the community. Everyone there is raising food for their own families, and then they will share it around their community. So there's definitely an informal system of distribution of food. I think probably where we are strongest, I feel like we're growing growers. So I don't think we could flip right now into a place that could see a successful urban farm that would fully run itself economically. So what we have offered to the gardeners, and occasionally they've taken us up on it, is, for instance, on Open Farm Day, we would have quite a significant increase in visitors. We could have a pop-up market on that day, and what that might do is put a little bit of extra money into a family's pocket, as opposed to launch a whole business.
Absolutely. So in your experience, have you aside from the economics and the need, is like, are you seeing more and more people interested in being part of your urban farm, and how you see it? I just want to get a sense for demand.
I would say if someone tomorrow said that we could double in size, so move from 2 acres to 4 acres, I would say we would be full next spring.
Because one of the things that administration has identified, the potential for growth. There are about 47 potential sites they have identified for urban farm, then close to more than 700 sites for community garden. Right, so just good. Thank you so much, really, and keep up the good work. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang. So my question was just to expand a little bit more on the entrepreneurship, but I think you've done that as well. I just want to say thank you. It was just a wonderful, I think, hour or two that I spent walking around, speaking to the different gardeners out there, and it was so nice to see different community groups and everything involved. I'm really trying to find a question for you, but maybe if you can, how quickly, so when you did expand from the one side into the other, how quickly did that fill up?
Because it happened very late in the spring, so it also happened at the same time that Northlands was dissolving and we were transitioning to explore Edmonton. So I think there were a number of factors at play. We really kind of got word probably the 3rd week of May, maybe the 2nd week of May, that we could do it. So, excuse me, first seeds went into the ground there on June 5th. So we knew we couldn't farm that whole side in 2021, so we probably had mainly multicultural health brokers filled up about 1/3 of it, and then over the course of the summer, we filled up the rest of it. Okay. With no recruitment.
Okay.
No, they come to us, and we're very interested in connecting with groups that know that that is a place for community. We need to have people who want kids coming through their gardens, and we need to have people who want to be exchanging and connecting with others.
Okay. And those are local, mostly local sort of community groups?
They are all local.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
across the street, we have Homeward Trust. We have Right at Home Housing Society, Student Association of McEwen, which surprised me, but they are going through the process of getting land at McEwen, but it's a long process. So they said, we're ready to garden now. So they joined us, Wild Outside, with the Canadian Wildlife Federation. Their youth group is with us. We have more youth than we've ever had. So in terms of entrepreneurism, I think it could be cool to explore some work with the youth, because it's not, because it could be maybe 1 or 2 market days, or it could be 1 or 2 events. And we also have many vegetables growing that are not easily found in groceries, or if they are there, they're expensive. So I think it would be, our minds are always going like, well, wouldn't that be cool to set up some seed saving projects with the youth, who then could actually perhaps sell that seed to that particular plant that we don't, I think there's lots of possibilities, but I don't know that they're full-blown, not at least from us. Okay. Like overnight, we can't have a farm that's just running and feeding a whole family.
And fully profitable. And, and self-sustaining.
We're the kind of steps before that.
Yeah, okay. And can you maybe talk a little bit more about sort of the culturally diverse
For sure. Yeah, we probably have, I think we counted and there's maybe 22 or 23 different languages spoken at the urban farm. We, in 2018, when we went to connect with groups to come on board, we ended up connecting with Edmonton Mennonite Center for Newcomers. They have a program called Global Gardeners, so they started gardening with us earliest. And they're very much, for them, in a way, food is a byproduct. They want to practice communal work together. They're building community. They want language practice. They want to combat social isolation. So they are meeting a whole bunch of their programming needs through gardening. And then with the expansion, our primary partner on the north side is Multicultural Health Brokers. We have 10 different groups. They generally organize themselves along language or culture. So we have a Eritrean Ethiopian group, an Eastern European group, Somali, Syrian, Franco-West African, Vietnamese, Filipino, and South Sudanese. I may have missed some, but, and then we had a wonderful connection with Syncunia, which we're growing. They are a community development organization based on the Fort Road who had negotiated the use of a piece of land near their building, but they didn't feel they had the skills. So last year, all of their kids from their youth program came through and spent time with us at the urban farm, and this year they launched their own farm. So that's where I kind of feel we might be the little ripple that sends out other community gardens, but they're not exactly community gardens. They're in a bit of their own category.
It's catching on, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Milligan, for your presentation. Really interesting stuff. How long have you been around in the current state with the 2 acres?
We just finished our first year and 3 months, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the urban farm in its original form has been around for
2014. Yeah, 8 years. Yeah.
No, interesting. Because I think you mentioned 5,000 attendance last year, but I guess
2019.
That was 2019.
Pre-pandemic. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you answered my question there. And I was also curious. You mentioned food security, but I think broad stroke solutions to food security is often still very much income-based.
Absolutely.
Are you part of the bigger conversations around the city and connecting? You mentioned a number of organizations who work in the area of food dignity, food security. I guess are you part of some of the conversations and coalition more about policy change in that space of income-based solutions? We
are definitely in strong partnerships with some of those organizations. I have not personally participated in those broader conversations, and we are careful also when we talk about food security because gardens are not the answer. Gardens are a little slice. I would say our families appreciate that they can spend a little bit less money on their grocery bill as opposed to solving the issue. So I will now seek out some of those groups. So I think we've stayed a little bit apart from those conversations, and it could be important for us to be in on them.
Yeah, and I bet you have some really valuable insights since you interact so closely with those families and young people. And I was, you had mentioned that it's not like any other places. I'm assuming you're talking about other cities and that kind of stuff. And I just wondering if you can clarify, and is there really that intercultural opportunities for people to learn and grow together?
Yes, I would say when we look around, when the summer interns come, for instance, we want them to get a sense of what's going on in other parts of the city. And over the years, we've visited Prairie Urban Farm or the Green and Gold Garden or Lady Flower Gardens or some of those. And we've also visited the actual community gardens as well. So we're a little bit apart from them in the way that we run.
I see.
In that we give the land to the group and say, do what you want. We initially would say, please concentrate on food, but honestly, people love flowers too, and flowers make people happy. So almost all the plots are a combination of food and flowers, which is also good for the pollinators, of course. But we are very hands-off. So I know what happens in some of the other places. They have a program and the gardeners come and participate in the program. Whereas we're saying, here's a key, come when you want, plant what you want, bring who you want, and the gardens are amazing.
Oh, that's great. You have a summer internship program.
Yes.
And that's for young people.
Well, it was Canada Summer Jobs.
Oh, okay, I see. In the past, I'm familiar with some of the programs in other cities. Like in Montreal, I've seen programs that are more socioeconomic in nature. They build capacity and training for youth through urban farming and gardening. And I guess I just want to flag that for you. I know, it's not necessarily the route that's given the current state, it's only been a year, but I just want to flag that opportunity. I know that economic opportunity was of interest for some of us, but I imagine that takes resource and granting and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things that we're definitely aware of this year, it's our first year of really seeing young adults at the farm. Late teens, early 20s, and we're very, very happy about that and trying to figure out ways to keep them not only engaged, but also help them develop and grow. And I think we will be pursuing future opportunities because we want them there and we want them to feel like they're getting something.
Yeah, and that might open up opportunities at other levels of government and other sectors.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why are you seeing that?
I think there's a couple things happening. One is we have more families with young children, so the families are coming to garden with the parents. So then, or the kids are coming to garden with the parents. So then we have an opportunity to engage the kids.
And they grow
also,
up.
some of our partners like EMCN, we've said, you don't have to just use us for the gardening. You could use us as a venue for other programs. And I think over the years that now has sunk in. So in a way, the teens demanded it because they came to help the other gardeners. So I'm sure that's great for them too, but they're sort of like, hey, we want a tour too. And
That's awesome.
So then we were like, what can we do with them? We gave them one of the greenhouses.
That's awesome.
To
Thank you.
Senny. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. And hi, Patty, nice to see you. I just want to reiterate just how phenomenal the work is that you're doing in our city, cultivating, food security, sustainability, and really community and those connections. I think that's one of the most special things about the Edmonton Urban Farm. And yeah, I guess I picked up on a few things you said around the way that you're growing growers. And I think about how successful the model has been with Edmonton Urban Farm and I guess the learnings that might be applied elsewhere as we try to see more urban farms across the city like this one. And you talked about how the urban farm has kind of become a hub for connecting with other organizations and sharing that knowledge and having information exchange. So I'm wondering, I guess one of the barriers I see to expansion is coordination. We know that barriers like access to water exist, even things like soil quality, but having that sort of overarching degree of coordination also seems like a bit of a gap. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, both as a barrier and potentially, has Explore Edmonton contemplated sort of playing a bit of that coordination role?
I think we would see ourselves increasingly as a hub. I know that we do some things that maybe aren't in our job descriptions that do enhance that. I'm not sure if it is on the radar to develop that. I do think coordination is a key thing. It's often left up to volunteers when you're thinking of community leagues or standard community gardens, which can be both great and can be hard. So the fact that I am paid to help people garden and grow food and help people learn about food is kind of a miracle. And if there were more people who were paid like me to do that, wherever the money came from, I think the city would definitely benefit. I think one of the things that is working for us and is the value almost can't be measured is the fact that we have partnerships with groups. We do get asked a lot by individuals if they can garden with us, but we really are moving through groups. So the groups, we're trying to offer a place that will meet the programming needs of a number of different groups, whether it's about food security or some of the things we mentioned earlier, social isolation, language learning, etc. So I think sometimes when we're just saying, here's some land, grow some food, there's a few other steps in there that might be filtered or engaged by a larger community. So for instance, even our micro entrepreneurs, they have both been growing with us for a long time. They have a broad range of resources and networks to call upon because of that. So I think the more connected people are, the better they will succeed, whether it's growing food for economic purposes or for their own use. That felt like it was very rambly. I hope I answered your question.
That's very helpful. That's
Okay.
really helpful. And yeah, I'll ask some questions of admin as well, because I agree. I think as much as there are like amazing, passionate gardeners out there who I'm sure in some cases will be able to take on that role, just recognizing that capacity can often be an issue when it comes to that overarching organization, and just having the ability to orchestrate that. So thanks for being here with us today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think that concludes questions of our speaker. Seeing if anybody else wants to pop on, but not seeing anyone. So thank you very much for joining us today. Ms. Milligan, we really appreciate your efforts and telling us the story of the urban farm out at the exhibition lands. So thanks very much. We'll now move to questions of administration. And yes, we'll start with Mayor Sohi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to get into the next steps. I think the value has been demonstrated. You have identified a number of sites, and both for community gardens as well as the urban farm. What is required if council committee wants to move forward on what are the next steps? That's what I want to get at.
In the report, we had two phases to determine feasibility as well as demand for an urban farming program. And we focused on the urban farming option because we do have that established community garden process already that's working well, and we have over 80 community gardens in the Edmonton area. So phase one is business case and public engagement, including a municipal scan, policy and framework review, opportunities for alignment across different program areas in the city, because we have a number of different areas working on food security or garden-related programs. Engagement, and one idea we had was design and release of a request for information or expression of interest process to gauge demand from businesses and organizations to learn what they want to do. Are we going to get submissions from farmers that want to grow produce? Are we going to get submissions from farmers who want access for goats on land, for example? And so we want to gauge the demand before we just open it up. Okay. And then phase two would be actual program and process development, and then implementation if there was demand.
So those two phases needs to be done separately, or can they be do together? Like, what do you prefer? Do phase one first, then come back for phase two direction, or what?
We had phase one and phase two consecutive. And then after phase two would be start accepting applications. But part of the next steps in the report was that we did identify that some resources would be required if we were to move forward with this work, if committee wanted us to move forward with this work.
Okay. And on the community gardens, I noticed that not all communities have community gardens. I look at Southeast, the map, there were very few identified. Then Castle Downs had very few other areas. So what is the reason that there's kind of uneven uptake to community gardens?
So there's some barriers to the existing community garden program, and that could involve capacity to organize in the community. So the community gardens go through the community group-led construction process as part of the park and facility development process. So it means that groups have to form a group, a committee, fundraise, plan, go through this strategy part of their plan, and before they can move into the build phase. We do also have a grant program, a small grant program, where we have $30,000 that provides small grants for garden groups, and that has been oversubscribed, and the amount that we have dedicated to that grant hasn't been looked at for over 10 years. And so we typically get on average 15 applications per year, and we are able to fill around 10 or 11. So that is another barrier. There's not a lot of funding for community gardens for groups available. And it could be land availability as well, but hopefully with this scan that we've done, we can share that with all of the areas that work on community gardens and share that with groups that are looking for land as well.
So on the moving forward on the urban farm part, just kind of trying to get a sense on the cost, what is required, and because I do have a motion, whether it be subsequent or part of this, the one thing that I'm struggling with, is whenever we have something that needs to be done, right? Administration identifies the gap in funding, and then we are kind of suggested to make unfunded service package motions. We have a $3 billion corporation. At what stage we need to start looking at, not just within the department may not have resources, the branch may not have resources. At what time do we start looking at the entire corporation to having a discussion, maybe reallocating those resources to new priorities instead of kind of pushing us to have unfunded service package every time and then debating that during budget?
So, Your Worship, I think that we try and do that on most of these programs. We look internally first to see if there are options, but I think the challenge becomes as we do more and more of these, there's a bit of a step function that at a certain point we can't necessarily deliver without impacting something else. Given what we're asking for here is 0.5 of an FTE, I mean, we can take that away and certainly see if there's an option that we can combine it with maybe another body of work. We've got, this morning we talked about all the other programs that connect in together with open spaces and our environmental direction. So, there might be an opportunity to combine with one of those as well.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so the basic difference between a community garden and an urban farm is one's volunteer-based, one's paid?
Not necessarily. The major difference in the scan that we did of the land was size. So urban farms, we used a minimum size of 2 acres or more, and community gardens was 0.1 acres. And then another difference is that urban farms have the ability to sell their products for revenue, versus community gardens are generally volunteer-based for social development, recreation, and community working together.
Okay, and there's a programming component to the urban farm, right? From
I think
what Patty was
really
talking
depends, and that's why we were looking at wanting to find out what the demand is. We've had some requests, just companies approaching the city, or even organizations like universities approaching the city saying, we would like land and we would like to either develop an allotment program which is similar to Northland's urban farms, where you have different allotments which different community groups can apply to use. But on the other hand, there could be a business that grows lettuce and they want to sell that lettuce to restaurants, and that's one farmer that might want that opportunity. And so that's another reason why we want to gauge what is the demand for this. And it may be that the city has a more hands-off approach, but depending on the applications that come in, if there's a social side to their application and a business side to the application, we would try a number of different options in an urban farm program.
And the pop-up gardens, I know they were popular over at the Meadows Rec Center. That pilot is now no longer, or after this year?
Well, we haven't really made a decision on that yet. We're in our 3rd year of the pilot. The first 2 years we had COVID funding associated with it, and the 3rd year wasn't funded. We've had high uptake and high demand, and the other thing we've been finding is that if people apply for a pop-up garden, try it for a first year, we're now starting to see people move into the stream of let's build a permanent community garden. So we've seen some success there with people learning about the gardening process, building capacity, and they're ready to move on to the next step. So we're going to evaluate the pilot at the end of this season, but again, that is considered unfunded at this time.
Okay, because I thought that was great. It brought different community members together, and even with it being the raised boxes, it was even accessible to one gardener that was able to come in her wheelchair. So I think it was a great pilot. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, and thank you for this report and the presentation. Just to follow up on that, the pop-up, is that the goal, is to kind of lead communities into establishing more permanent infrastructure? Okay.
That was one goal of the pilot, yeah.
And then your evaluation is coming up soon, right? Is that?
Yeah, we've done a report after each year of the pilot and then decided to continue it the following year, just an internal evaluation report. But we would do a more thorough evaluation upon the end of this third season.
No, that's great. Yeah, I had the pleasure this weekend to do a community garden bike tour in the Millwoods area, which was so fascinating and eye-opening. It was a partnership with Sustainable Foods Edmonton, and I'm just curious, you had mentioned the garden grant for the community that's highly subscribed. Is that to Sustainable Food Edmonton that then distribute the funds?
Yes, one of our partners in the community garden program is Sustainable Food Edmonton. The city provides them with a small operating grant to help with the administration of the community garden program and build capacity and deliver workshops and teach people, how to get started on their garden. And then we also have the $30,000 that's dedicated to those small grants, which are implemented on a committee with Sustainable Food Edmonton.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think that's they do fabulous work, and really glad to see that collaboration. And I'm curious, in the report you also said we need to do work to reduce barriers and reduce the time for application and that kind of stuff. I guess I'm just curious, what is being done already? And I think more specifically when it comes to the community garden program, when was the last time the garden program had a review? Even when I was at the city, I've seen the roadmap for a community go from zero to a garden. It is extremely convoluted. And I'm curious about what are some of the ways to, or what is being done actively to reduce that?
So I'll speak at a high level, and then if there are more detailed questions, then I'll also call on Susan Dack with Community Services, who's on the line. But there was a 2018 Community Projects in Neighborhood Parks process audit looking at improving the process for community projects, and that would have included the community group-led construction process, which community gardens fall under. So there were a number of recommendations from that audit, and in April 2022, a memo went to council outlining some of the ongoing improvements. The motion was made at the same time, actually, as the motion for this report. So some specific improvements specific to community gardens include aligning submission dates for community garden applications with the Sustainable Food Edmonton grant that I mentioned, clarifying and simplifying the standard form community garden agreement. So that's the agreement between the city and the garden group. Creating a single shared database of community-led projects that includes community gardens. Developing community garden guidelines, including requirements for edible landscaping. We've seen a lot of demand for orchards, permaculture, even some traditional medicine gardens, and people coming to the city asking, can we do this? How can we do this? And so we're creating some guidelines that will help groups with community gardens as well as orchards and edible tree species. Developing tools and templates to further simplify the process and increase efficiency for both the public and city administration. Educating and supporting community groups to apply early in order to achieve their desired build date. Improve mapping of garden sites, improving the application cycle, a number of different things, regular training sessions and workshops for groups as well as city staff who are responsible for implementing this process. So there's a number of things on the go. There's also been different streams of gardens created. So whether it's a basic garden, a more intermediate garden or complex, or even a proceed with conditions that allows groups to enhance their existing gardens. So, those basic gardens, if people are going down that stream, they're going a lot faster than maybe what they would have seen years ago.
Yeah, fascinating. And I imagine you're in constant conversation too with community groups who are directly part of these processes to give that direct user feedback?
Yeah, we do. The city does, and actually Community Services has started a Community External Advisory Committee, which is led by the Park and Facility Development team. And there's Edmontonians with prior experience who have gone through those processes before. Members from community leagues, EFCL, sport organizations, and they help identify improvements to the park and facility development process.
Oh, that's great. And that's a more general advisory, yeah. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a follow-up to the questions I was asking of our speaker, wondering, yeah, when it does come to sort of that community capacity, recognizing that that really varies across communities, how, and I recognize we're, relatively early stages and there's still work to be done, but how do we envision that piece being addressed? And yeah, like I guess, would there be a role for some degree of coordination? Would that be on the city side, or yeah, any thoughts on that? Because I just see that as a really critical piece beyond the actual physical infrastructure and the land itself, having sort of that social infrastructure in place to support gardens to flourish.
Currently, we do have one community garden coordinator for the city. It's 0.5 of an FTE that also coordinates the community garden program. This person is our liaison with Sustainable Food Edmonton, who also works with groups to build capacity. But then we also have the park and facility development process, and maybe, I know Susan Dack is on the line, and I'm wondering, Susan, if you can speak to some of the work that your team does on working with groups and helping to guide them through this process.
Sure. So first of all, if there is an interest in developing a community garden in the neighborhood, then they have this conversation with their NRC, and the NRC would then take and go through the process with them at a higher level, and they are the main support for the strategy section. What our team has done last year, we provided 2 training sessions, one specifically geared toward the groups that had a pop-up garden, and then secondly for people who weren't able to make the pop-up garden focus, and then any other groups that were interested in community gardens. We also are looking at putting together a tip sheet on community gardens and working with Nicole's area. And definitely just being there as a major support for both the community groups and the NRCs in this case, or any other city liaisons for developing a community garden.
Okay, well, I really appreciate that answer, and great to hear that some additional resources and things like fact sheets are being developed as well. I also just wanted to ask a rather specific question. I know we used to have a pilot project that allowed urban agriculture on vacant lots, where the city essentially offered up municipal land for gardeners to grow flowers and food, and I believe it ended in 2018. So I guess I'm wondering why was that particular one discontinued? What learnings were taken from it? And I guess why would we not move forward with something like that?
So
Nicole, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yeah, I have some information on that pilot. So the goal of the vacant lot pilot was to try an approach to stewarding city-owned land through urban agriculture uses in ways that identified opportunities for idle, underused city-owned land. That pilot ran actually at the same time that we ran a previous version of the pop-up garden pilot. And we decided to continue start up again the pop-up garden pilot during the pandemic because we had good feedback on that. Some of the feedback we had on the vacant lot pilot was that one of the most challenging pieces was that people knew that it was a temporary spot. It could be sold. They had to remove their items off of the vacant lot at the end of the season, in case the lot was repurposed through the fall or the winter or the next year. And it was a challenge to invest that much time and money, soil, planters, energy into gardening a temporary spot like that. So that was one of the pieces of feedback that we had. Also, providing soil, water, and all gardening materials at people's own cost was a challenge. And that was pretty much it. It was that temporary nature and the amount of time invested into the lots. There were also some drainage issues, some pipeline utility issues, some conflicts with neighbors potentially. People often use those spaces as a pathway to walk through, depending on where they're located. And so the pop-up garden pilot actually addressed a lot of those concerns about temporary gardening spaces, but the city provided the planters, the soil, delivered them, picked them up, and even provided a water source for groups that didn't have their own. And so it was a similar model, but pop-up garden had a bit more city involvement for those temporary garden spaces.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, that actually answered my first question, just about what we've learned from past pilots, but that's great to hear. This is a really technical question. First want to say, really appreciate this report. Really love all the exciting things that are happening in urban agriculture, the hens, the bees, the veg instead. Those are all really, really wonderful initiatives to hear about. The evaluation matrix was also really interesting to me. And while I appreciate right now, I think it was about 7% of the land base, I think that's a really great start and can really, plant a seed for how the program could grow as well as we refine those evaluation pieces in the future. The one clarification I was hoping for is, did this include both titled and untitled parcels? So including road right-of-way areas?
This high-level land assessment just included land zoned as parkland.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this isn't including sort of verges and some of that other underused green space. Because I think, go ahead.
I was going to say there would have been there could be an opportunity to look at other things like rooftops, like paved areas, underutilized sports fields. But for the purpose of this report, it was strictly farmland. So there could be more to be explored.
Great. Yeah, I think for me that's usually when I'm thinking, oh, couldn't we just be growing something here? It's when I'm usually like so the road verges, things like that. So that's helpful to know that again, it could be even greater than that 7% of land base, but we can sort of start with that initial land base that you've identified. That was really it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have we looked into the possibility of using surplus school sites as sites?
In this high-level review, we looked at parkland. I don't think we included surplus school sites. I know we have a representative from urban planning on the call, and I'm wondering if they could speak to that question maybe, if they're here.
Sure, I can provide a brief answer. We did not, I don't believe that surplus school sites were evaluated as part of this report. There is a fairly extensive process involved when it comes to surplus lands, including seeking sort of, opinions from various business areas on potential uses for those sites, and a number of business areas contribute to kind of determining the best possible use when a site is declared surplus. So we would be following that process as well, I think, to consider different options.
So thank you. I'm not sure I fully understand. Is it a possibility to look into it, or it's something that would not even be considered?
Yeah, we could take that back and evaluate how it might be evaluated through a process.
I would appreciate that if you could. Thank you. And then I know that Edmonton isn't exactly the ideal location for a winery, but it is kind of a dream of mine. So not sure if, if that's something, and that's maybe something I'll follow up with administration.
I'll just quickly respond.
There are a few regions across Canada that do have cold hardy grape vineyards started up, mostly I think in Quebec, but out to the East Coast as well. So I think there are a few varieties that potentially can contend with our winters, but again, we would need to explore that interest during our stakeholder engagement phase.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
My mind is going to all the names of the wines that you're going to produce, which I'll keep to myself for the, well, I was thinking more the names of the wines, but yeah. Second round then, Councillor Sohi, I expect you have some motions to make.
Yes, if you're okay, Mr. Chair, can I directly go to the motions, if you don't mind? The clerk has the wordings. There are two motions. Maybe they can be put together on the screen, and I'll read them as you do that, Madam Clerk. The first one is that that administration bring forward an unfunded service package or reprioritization of existing city programming and the resources for consideration by council during the 2023-2026 operating budget deliberation to advance phase 1 business case and public engagement and phase 2 program development for a new urban farm program. And the second part is that administration bring forward an unfunded service package or reprioritization of the existing city programming or resources for consideration by council during the 2023-2026 operating budget deliberation for the city to operationalize a pop-up community garden program and expand the existing community gardens program. So those are the, can they be considered one?
They're distinct, so we'll have to do one at a time, I would say.
So
let's do the first one, Madam Clerk.
Yeah. So, and just to quickly introduce, administration provided us with good information, so thank you so much for that. And I think there's a great interest to for us to get to the next stage, and we'll have this discussion during the budget if money is not found within the administration. But I hope that this is not a huge amount of money. That if there's ways to get it going faster or even bringing that forward as part of budget, right? We'll really appreciate that, because this is really ties into a lot of number of goals that you have identified in the report that help us connect to the city plan and many other objectives. So yes.
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So questions to the mover on the motion, or to admin on the motion? And I'll start briefly. So we spoke earlier today about the workload that the group has generally before budget. So notwithstanding that this is not presupposing budget changes or dollars or anything like that, is there capacity within the group to even prepare the service packages? How impactful will that be?
I think we can do the service package, but not much beyond that in terms of an in-depth business case review prior to budget.
So it'd really be essentially an estimate of resources to go and develop these concepts.
Correct, and I think the other piece we'd look at is where there might be opportunity to combine with another program or project that's already been identified for a service package and bundle them together.
Okay. So that's not a whole lot more work then between now and then?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Given that these urban farms will be on city land or even the community gardens, would pesticides be allowed?
We don't currently have an urban farm program yet, so I can't speak to all of the guidelines that would be developed until we look at that program. But right now, our cosmetic herbicide restrictions that are in place currently do not allow groups outside of city staff to apply herbicides on city land. So the city can apply herbicides on legislated species that are legislated by the government of Alberta, but we don't currently allow groups like volunteer groups to apply herbicides on city land.
Okay, but would the city? I mean, I'm an avid gardener. Huge vegetable garden. I don't want pesticides on my vegetables, and I don't think those that grow in the community would want either. So would there be some restrictions in place? And I am quite serious about this.
Currently, community groups manage their own space once they have the agreement to manage their space, and they have guidelines which state what they can and can't do in that space. We don't regulate what they grow unless there's something illegal. But they essentially have the freedom to manage their space under this agreement. And like I said before, we don't currently allow groups to apply herbicides on city land under our current restrictions.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
I guess I'll start with the question to the mover. You don't have a specific amount in mind because you're thinking that they will come through that phase 1, phase 2 development. Is that right? Okay. And I guess to administration, so this is either or. Which one is more feasible? Or I don't know if this is an either. I see bring forward unfunded service package or reprioritization.
Well, I think, Councillor, first thing we do is look for reprioritization to see if there's opportunity, and if there is, what's the impact, and if we can do something without having significant impacts or reductions.
And then you'll go to the.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think if I can take a minute, just to 4 minutes to.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
And I had some questions just to that's kind of unrelated to the motion itself, but I generally support this because I think if we don't put it on the table, we don't talk about it, and I think this area is underfunded anyways. But I just think to Mr. Mayor's point earlier, we tend to add things, and yes, we need to reprioritize, but I also think we need to re-examine how we do our business as well, like how we do our business. Instead of constantly adding new stuff and needing new staff to constantly do new stuff. I feel like we're not really rethinking the way we operate, and I think there's always room for improvement there. So I would also just encourage administration to kind of explore in that area as like sort of the third. I'm not going to put that, I'm not going to amend this or anything. I just wanted to kind of verbalize that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess just my one question with regards to if you go back and you look at the reprioritization, will that be made explicit still at budget time? Because my question is if it's coming forward as an unfunded service package, we're prioritizing it amongst all the other things that are unfunded packages, all the other things that we have to prioritize. If it's a reprioritization, it seems like that shift might just naturally happen and it doesn't come back as part of the debate.
Councillor, I think we would, whatever recommendation we would make, we would provide the background on what the impacts would be.
So for example, even if you did say, yes, we were able to find some, reprioritize a 0.5 FTE or whatever it is within our current existing resources, we at council could still say, is that the best place that we want that 0.5 FTE?
Correct, because you have the ability to either approve or not approve the service package request.
Yeah, but if it's reprioritization, would it come back as a service package request still? That's my question, I guess.
The reprioritization would be based on moving it ahead with this project. If we decided, council decided they weren't going to go ahead with this, then the reprioritization wouldn't necessarily happen unless council said, let's look at this regardless.
Okay, no, that answers my question. Thank you very much. I kind of echo what my colleagues say. I think it's great. We need to be doing more. I talked to a company recently that I'll be following up with administration on that wants to do some vertical agricultural work, and I think there's a lot of opportunity all around to be increasing our local food production. I do think we need to continue to simplify our processes, as was previously mentioned. I won't belabor that point because I've said it many times, and I know there's one example we have that we're discussing offline anyway, but I really think that this is exciting and something that we need to continue moving forward as the city changes and grows. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions or wishing to speak? Mayor Sohi to close.
Just quickly, all of us have gone through a very extensive engagement with Edmontonians during the election, and through that engagement we got a mandate from Edmontonians to do things that they want us to do, and this is in an area that came up during discussions as well, and we want to move forward on that. That is why I want to challenge our administration. They listen to us very carefully, and I and they understood what that mandate was from Edmontonians. We need to start implementing that mandate. We have done a lot of good work over the last year and building on the previous council's work as well, right? So I think that's why I am asking these questions. I will continue to ask these questions about prioritization, reprioritization, and reallocation, or using existing resources to help us implement the mandate that we have. Otherwise, we will not be able to do that, because we cannot afford more taxes beyond a reasonable amount that, but if we continue to add unfunded packages, then we will be setting up for failure. And I don't want to do that. I think we want to challenge administration to find different ways and better ways of doing things and implementing the collective agenda of this council. Yeah. So that's why I'm asking that to be considered as part of this deliberation that you would undertake when you come for budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Jen's in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Mayor Sohi, your second motion?
Yeah, second one. I'll read it again. Basically the same, but it's related to a different, that administration bring forward an unfunded service package or reprioritization of the existing city programming or resources for consideration by council during the 2023-20 operating budget deliberation for the city to operationalize a pop-up community garden program and expand the existing community gardens program. Yeah. Same ideas.
Thank you.
Yep.
Same general
stuff.
Oh, you popped in there, Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I should have asked this earlier, and I think I lost track of the committee meeting from August 8th when we were talking about food security, and the question of fresh strategy came up, and it's been a while, and I don't think there's anything put on the table to do essentially a refresh of fresh. And I can't remember where we land on that conversation, but I feel like at a strategy level, I guess I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect with that piece of work. And so I guess I'm wondering, you reference fresh in this report, but I guess, there hasn't been a ton of, I don't want to say activity, but, what came out of the last conversation was that, yes, we need to do more, we need to do better, we need to kind of have an update, to look at the resource required for that strategy, because it's pretty historically under-resourced, I will argue, to reactivate some of the actions in there. And this is all tied to that. So now we're putting forward service packages without, I feel like there's a missing piece here. So I'm wondering if someone can fill me in. Or is that relevant?
I think it is relevant, and it's a discussion we've had internally occasionally as well. There are connections to the different community garden and other agricultural programs that are going on in the city to fresh, for example, urban bees, urban hens. And there is an unofficial internal committee of people who manage these programs across the city that meet on a regular basis to coordinate and to ensure alignment to fresh. There is one person in the city who has the connection also to the Food and Agricultural Council, who also have a role in implementing fresh. So I would say, I guess, in an unofficial way, there's a lot of coordination happening, but like you said, there's not a lot of resources dedicated to, say, implementing fresh from an implementation plan perspective right now. So there's a lot of people doing parts of it, and we come together and coordinate.
Yeah, I guess my worry is that we continue on this trend of piecemealing. Does that make sense? Because it's been a few weeks since that last conversation, so I think I lost a thread on that. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's is there a way to, yes, coordination is happening, but, sitting here, I feel like we're looking at the various pieces and lack that more cohesive, broader picture. That's all.
Councillor, I think there's an understanding, there's a connection. We probably don't have all the information right now, but perhaps we could take it away and just put a bit of a summary memo together for council to outline all the different elements that are connecting to Fresh and maybe some possible actions going forward to put a more formal oversight over that.
Yeah, because I do understand there's multiple departments working on it. And I just want to sneak in a question I forgot to ask earlier. So when you did the scan of the gardens, did you include like new neighborhoods that are with amenities that are maybe developer-led? So I'm thinking like in Charlesworth, there's a really beautiful garden. I think that's done by the developer, but now it's marked as public land. And so just wanted to see if that's part of your inventory too.
Land included in the inventory scan was anything that is currently in the city's inventory to maintain.
Okay.
So if it was FAC from a developer, then it would have been part of that scan, and if it was parkland. The community garden program, though, does have linkages with some community gardens are actually built by developers as well, and so we do work with them on that process for, you know, who's responsible for running that garden afterwards, how the agreement gets in place, and things like that. But once that land is in our inventory, it was part of that assessment.
Gotcha. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions then. I think where we left Fresh last time was it's with a different department. And there was still work to be done. There were still some objectives and things that had not been completed yet. I think that was the response that we got. Is that your recollection?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so a connecting memo might help with that. And then speaking to our budget process, we are going to undertake a prioritized budgeting process, are we not? That's still the plan. I don't think we have anybody for finance here, but that's our collective understanding, yes?
Correct.
So there'll be a discussion around this or that in many different ways when we get to our budget deliberations.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Those are my only questions. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarification. I heard now that all inventory was considered. Is that including? No. Did I mishear that?
Still just parkland, but if it was part of our inventory to maintain, it was included. So when the question was asked about developer land, once it turns from the developer into our inventory to maintain, then if it was in our inventory at the time we did that scan, it would have been included.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And that's just parkland?
Yes.
Not U.S. land, not roadway allowances.
Right-of-way.
Right. It's just parkland. Mm-hmm. So even if it's a surplus site, it might not be yet zoned as parkland. Yeah. Any other questions? Speaking to it?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. And I just want to take a bit of a more macro look at this. So, and I'm not sure how to frame it. There's two things that are in my mind. The first is energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gases in terms of how we transport food from other areas to our area. And the second is the reality of climate change and what we're seeing as sort of food production, basically conflicts starting to happen around the world. And we know that that's only going to drive food prices higher. And so I'm just wondering on a macro level how we're looking at this as far as future strategy for the sustainability and well-being of our city.
So, Councillor, I don't think we've looked at this particular program at that higher level, but certainly something that we need to consider as we face those challenges that you identified. So at this point, we haven't done that sort of macro level assessment. It's been more at the that ground grassroots level work.
Yeah, okay, because we've seen we've already seen a few of the warning signs through the pandemic, through just shipping being disrupted, and again through what we know is really previously arable lands starting to get too arid for growth. So maybe do you need a motion to start developing that strategy, or is that something that can just sort of be done as we continue with this work? Because this may not be something of concern in the next 3-4 years, but longer term, and probably not that far out from that, 4 or 5 year outlook, it may start to become more of a concern.
I think the intent on how we would move forward with, say, phase 1 in the business case and public engagement process, we listed in the report there that we would do policy and framework review to align with existing parks and open space policies. And so I think what you're describing there is how we would incorporate it into that phase 1 as the business case comes together, how we align it to other city policies and initiatives.
Yeah, okay. And it's just, I've sat on the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance for a number of years now, and there is a serious growing concern about not just the global supply of food, but also just even the health of our own rivers. And, you know, we are glacier fed for the North Saskatchewan. And as that sort of starts to melt, as it is, it does. And as there's more people drawing water off of the waterways during these hotter and hotter seasons, we're actually seeing a reduction in available water for agriculture, even locally. So, I mean, would it be wise for us to get ahead of this so that we're not scrambling when these eventualities occur?
So, Councillor, definitely it's wise to get ahead of it if we can, and I think, you know, now that you've kind of elevated the concern, we can certainly consider it in the body of work we're going to do, and then also connect in with anything else that's happening across the corporation, whether that be Breathe or any of the other, you know, the environmental work we're doing.
Yeah, okay. Because no matter anyone's stance on these things, they are a reality that we're going to have to face. So I do appreciate that. On another note, shifting gears quite a bit, for in this effort, you know, we're talking about orchards potentially, we're talking about all these different things. Has there been a lot of talk about sort of these smaller, maybe startups or smaller operations that could diversify the type of fruit and vegetable that is grown and available? I mean, we've sort of have these monocultures in supermarkets for good reason, but if we're growing locally, it seems like it can open the door for a huge variety of varietals. So have we been having those conversations?
Yeah, Councillor, it's a great point you bring up, and I think that's one of the key benefits of small urban farms in Edmonton. We see, in particular in the Northeast, that diversity of cropping that they've put in place. Some of the produce we all enjoy at our farmers market, that's where it's from, and that diversity is a result of a small producer focusing on different crops, and Edmonton's a great place to grow.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any other questions or speaking to? Mayor Sohi? Very good. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. And that completes item 6.1. I'm going to go to Councillor Wright now and have her present her subsequent motion on item 6.3. We'll end that item. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we put up the latest version, please? And thank you very much for your help with this.
Yes, we can get that on the board for you.
All right. So, so I move that administration provide a report outlining options and any corresponding resource requirements, including the reallocation of existing resources, to coordinate environmental reviews of city plans and projects within administration and identify environmental risks and opportunities. And number 2 is that the Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that as part of the governance review of Council's committee, the final report include an analysis of the current Council committees and how they are aligned to Council's priorities identified at the February 7th, 2022 City Council meeting, and that the analysis include any potential gaps. I guess this has arisen as a result of a number of discussions that we've had at committee and at council that there doesn't seem to be any sort of overriding sort of holistic approach to environmental energy transition concerns. So I'd like to see maybe something brought together under one umbrella. And then also as part two is how our committees and advisory boards connect in with city administration, provide their analysis and support. And so again, trying to bring that all together as well, so that we're not scientists, we're not medical professionals. I need someone to disseminate the information, and I'm hoping that this can also be done to improve greater efficiencies within the city, so that we're not just having different people work off different sides of their desks in different departments, and bring it all, like I said, under one umbrella. Questions?
Only one, just to make sure that it's in order. I think that should be February 7th, 2023. In item 2.
Those were priorities already that we've identified in February 2022?
So it was to reflect previous conversations. We've just updated the motion just slightly to remove reference to that date, as I believe there were a few conversations around council priorities this year.
Okay. Okay, so that's in order. So that's fine. We'll go to questions then of the mover or administration. Councillor Jens.
A question of the mover. So I really value in our reports at the bottom, there's usually a GBA plus section. Would you imagine there could be sort of a climate plus section?
I think that would be an excellent idea. I think that would be an excellent idea to make sure that we are taking these things into consideration.
Yeah, and may I ask administration, before my time, but I believe there used to be like a Department of the Environment or an Office of the Environment, or we used to have some sort of a leader in the city whose job was exactly this. Am I mistaken? I see some. Oh.
Councillor, we did have a group that was specifically focused on the environment. That's all kind of been encompassed in urban form in one of the areas there. So there is, forgive me, I don't recall the title of the work area, but there is a group that does specifically look after the city's urban or environmental aspects. If Ms. McCabe is on the line, she could probably provide a bit more insight onto what the overall roles are of that area and what the outcomes are.
Maybe in the interest of time, what I'll say is I broadly support this. I'm interested in seeing the report. I think I've been really impressed with how many different city staff are concerned about the environment in many different ways, in many different areas that, I'll hear about it a bit on this project about mountain bikes, or a bit on this project about infill, or a bit on this project about K-Days. And it's interesting how this comes up by all these different entities, but I do think what's kind of missing is that central coordination. And I think about the hearings we just went through with Gondola, or the different conversations about the River Valley, or all these different pieces. I think having some sort of coordination around this would be really strategic and helpful. And let's face it, this is the coldest summer we're going to have for the rest of our lives. It's only going to get hotter. And what else is there? This is a critical part of our work. So when we look at city plan, this is until the Ice Age. Yeah, I guess so. This is a critical part of city plan, and we're really looking at this. So yeah, that's my speaking time. I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Interesting. So that second piece, so I start with a question to the mover. So that second piece, don't we already have a motion about the governance review that will be coming back to us, or we don't currently?
What do you mean, the governance review?
So we're currently doing a governance review of all the committees.
Governance, okay.
But isn't that, I thought we had a motion for that to come back, and then I'm just curious why the two are linked, or is that necessary? But I don't know if administration wants to answer that.
Is that part of the governance review from the
Councillor Wright, I'm not sure if it's okay if I just jump in. It's the
Yeah,
city
please,
clerk.
yeah,
So,
please, Aileen.
so in just reviewing the draft of the motion as it was presented, there's been different conversations throughout different council and committee meetings about striking up new council advisory committees. And what we were thinking, and again, happy to take feedback from committee, is rather than striking up new advisory committees at this time, is that as we're going through our review, we could also look at this council's current priorities, which will obviously be very much reflected in the upcoming budget conversations. And if there are any gaps in areas that are priorities for council, but we don't have an advisory committee, or there's perhaps other misalignments, that we could look at that and bring back recommendations to council. So that could be possibly an option to have a new council committee created to address some of the issues that Councillor has raised at this meeting, as well as in previous discussions.
All right, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And I'm glad the old office of, I think it was biodiversity environment or something like that. But we also have an office of climate action, do we not?
It's called the Office of Environment and Climate Resilience within Urban Forum.
It's a team.
Team, correct.
Kind of like what Councillor Jans was just describing, that provide that kind of advice, but not necessarily kind of a GBA plus across all policy, but more focusing on the climate strategy.
Yeah, that's correct. It's Ms. McCabe here.
Oh, thank you.
We do have a team in urban planning and economy that is solely focused on implementing the city's energy transition strategy, as well as our climate resilience work. They're involved heavily across the organization in terms of coordinating reviews of city plans and projects. They also, work to identify environmental risks and opportunities through the work that they do as they advise on individual projects within the city.
Right. And just back to the old office of environment, or I can't remember, I don't know the name, but my understanding that even though the office is no longer there, the work itself hasn't stopped and it has evolved in various forms. And I imagine what you're describing, Ms. McCabe, is one of that, but there's other ways in how it manifests itself. Is that right?
That's correct. We no longer have a specific office, but we have a team that works across the organization. And the reason for that change was really to reflect the fact that the environment and stewarding the work under the environment files is a corporate responsibility.
Right.
Urban planning and economy plays a coordinating and facilitating role across the organization, but IIS needs to be just as invested in the work in terms of identifying environmental risks and opportunities as UP is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that rationale, but I guess I think the challenge, and I can understand why this motion is here too, is like when we're dealing with issues like cosmetic pesticide and the others, I feel like the input from administration came from a very specific area rather than maybe a more broad stroke in sort of to include some of the other elements that an Office of Environment might otherwise provide. And so now that they're more dispersed, that knowledge is more dispersed, do you feel like we're potentially losing some of those perspectives on these reports that could benefit from that expertise?
I don't feel like council's losing that perspective, and if there's feedback on that specific report, I take that feedback. And I do know our Enviso team was involved in crafting that report. And I do know we work across the organization to try and provide the best advice to council so that you can aid in your decision making that's integrated. And we make sure the environment team has their eyes on many of the reports that go forward in the corporation, as well as myself.
Okay, I'm out of time. I do have one outstanding question.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Actually, I have a question to administration, because I know we do have some environmentally focused groups. So there's the IPM, there's also the Environmental Advisory Committee. I think there's another Energy Efficiency Committee. But I'm just looking at the terms of reference in the Environmental Advisory Committee, and it says it provides advice to the Director, City Environmental Strategies. Who is that Director, City Environmental Strategies?
We have that director, Chandra Tamaris.
Okay.
She's in our Planning and Environment Services branch in the Urban Planning and Economy group. But it's not just that group just doesn't provide advice to her. They've provided advice to me as well and to some of the other branch managers.
Okay, I just didn't know if we already had sort of that director position established, and if it's, you know, I think, because that's what I'm sort of looking at for the intent of the first part of this motion is, do we need a separate sort of overarching director position, or to look after all of it? Okay, so I just wanted to know if that was still in existence, or if this was the biodiversity office one that had kind of folded.
And
So,
to be clear, it's way too much work for one person to do.
Oh yeah, no, it would be a team, I'm sure, yes, yeah.
And there is a team of people who are working on this already.
Okay. I think, yeah, I think that's all. I do appreciate the work that'll be put into this, and like I said, if we can find, and as others have said previously, if we can find some way of reallocating resources across even different departments working together on this, that would be appreciated as well, instead of just having another unfunded service package come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, just one, I guess one last outstanding question. So the motion is really just directing administration to come up with options that could fill this gap that some of us feel like there is. And I guess to the point that was brought up earlier about a climate environmental analytical section for council report, would that be perhaps part of the consideration that you might contemplate or you might include?
Potentially. Go ahead. Sorry, Aileen.
No, I think Stephanie and I were going to say the same thing.
Now you're both muted.
Yes, we would contemplate adding a section as you suggested.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I appreciate I guess just, you know, quickly to speak to it, I'm okay to support this. I understand the intent, but I also think some of that knowledge doesn't necessarily need to come in the form of a body or an office or a committee necessarily. And I think it's a good exercise to look at what kind of knowledge do we have embedded across the corporation, and what are some of the options that we might, you know, that we can consider. There's not one way, I think, to get that information. So appreciate the mover for putting this forward and getting us thinking about these methods.
Thank you. Any other questions or speaking to?
I do have actually one more question. Timing of this. Will it be in time for the four-year budget?
The second part, the governance review, we currently have scheduled for the end of November. Our 13-week timeline for reports for the first bit also takes us to the end of November. So we should, in theory, have the reports
just scraping by that deadline?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Wright to close. Any further comments?
No.
Thank you. Please vote then.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And Mayor Sohi, just confirming you are not with us. Okay. We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So we'll return now to item 6.2, and we have a motion on the floor on item 6.2, and we're now to questions of administration. I believe all we had was Councillor Jans on the presentation. So, okay, well, I'll go to Councillor Tang. I'm just not sure if this is the old list or the new list. But Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess I was wondering, you know, I think the motion has been modified, and I think it's a good approach to kind of explore what is, you know, if we want to move towards the enforcement with financial penalties to explore, like, what is the most reasonable options. But I guess I'm just wondering, from administration, how do you determine, what's the best financial penalty that will hurt and that will teach a lesson and that will prevent, I don't know, recidivism?
Councillor Tang, I would say it's a bit of a complex analysis that goes into it. We're looking at deterrence, we're looking at fines of a similar nature. We want to look at elements about what type of ticket will result in being issued and what court process that will trigger and what makes the most sense given that. So there is no magic answer to what the right fine amount is, but we do a lot of that comparators and mapping to make sure that we stay within the range for similar, both within the city and outside of it.
Yeah, and I imagine you will also consider sort of the scenario where, how under what cases would it be challenged, in court, so that it's kind of, certain amounts might be kind of pointless if it's too high.
Absolutely, that goes into it.
And then there's, but currently the fine says $162 to $250. And I think in the report that there's 139 tickets. I'm just curious if there's any follow-up on these kind of tickets. Like, are they all fully paid? Are some of them been kind of waived in court due to a variety of reasons? Do we have that kind of information? Because I'm just wondering how effective our current financial penalties are.
So one thing I do want to clarify is that there's a difference between whether it is the bylaw ticket or a ticket issued under the Traffic Safety Act.
Gotcha.
We have a bit better data on the bylaw side, not as much data on the provincial tickets.
Okay. And on the bylaw side, those have all been cleared?
We don't have a large number of them, so I wouldn't say it's all, but it's nothing significant.
Fair enough. So there's a mention of peace officers in the report as well, and sort of the need to have more bylaw officers for that enforcement. I guess I'm just wondering, like, is that feasible? Because I feel right now we're pulling in peace officer resources for downtown, for transit. There's a lot of need, but there's only so many officers to go around.
Yes, that is the quandary. There are many things and few resources, and so our teams work their best to prioritize their responses based on severity of infractions.
Thank you. And then in terms of the EPS complaints, that table with some of the numbers, those are from the non-emergency line, I'm assuming. Do you know?
EPS is online. Maybe we can get Inspector Keith Johnson to answer that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That one, I don't have the full information on it. Those were just specific noise complaints that came in via, as you said, Council, via the non-emergency line.
Right, okay.
Traffic complaint email as well.
Okay, and then City tracks 3-on-1 data on this as well. I'm assuming people sometimes probably call in the city to complain, but that data wasn't included in the report.
Yeah, the data wasn't included, but certainly we can grab that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, just it'll be interesting to compare trends. And is there a case of, like, I know the trend has trending upwards in the last couple of years with COVID. Is there a case of also more people at home? There's more reporting?
So anecdotally, yes. I think noise complaints generally went up with people working from home, air conditioner noise, commercial noise. We tended to see an increase in that, not just vehicle noise.
Right, gotcha. And just a small point, I think there's a section focused around 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. And these are outside of working hours, but we do enforce outside of those working hours from an EPS and bylaw perspective.
So can you clarify that just a little bit more? So anytime between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.,
yeah,
if there's a private property complaint, that'll be handled by EPS. And then anytime between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., depending on the complaint type, will be enforced by either peace officers or another enforcement agency.
You know what, I lost a spot in the report, but I guess my point is I hear a lot from residents in specific stretches of neighborhood roads so that they're experiencing higher volume. They're often late at night, And their comment is like, who's out here? You don't see police, you don't see, you know, bylaw officers parked out there at 2 a.m. in the morning and giving out tickets. And I saw that we had this provision, so I was curious about it. And do we do it, you know, if we don't do it, I mean, you know, I'm hearing it from the community as well with some of these noise infractions. But anyways, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, Mr. McKean had mentioned something about this being a hammer-fisted cash grab. When determining what the fine might be, would that just be mainly to offset the costs of running the operations, paying the peace officers to come out?
So that's one of the things that's actually usually deliberately not included in setting a fine amount. It would be looking at those factors of deterrence and what's the nature of the offense, the impact on the community, those types of factors would go into it.
Okay, okay. So if the city happened to make a buck, that's not the main concern, right?
I wouldn't even say the fine revenues are directly correlated back to the program.
Okay, perfect, okay. And then, in the presentation, you talked about the vehicle noise season. When is that?
I would say it's all year.
Okay.
But generally, with people's windows open during the summertime, that's generally when we receive the most amount of complaints compared to the winter.
Okay. And you said there was 12 tents or events planned for that vehicle noise season. So have in 2022. Have those rolled out yet, or?
Yes, they've been active.
All of?
They haven't all been rolled out. Certainly, there's still some coming up.
Okay.
But we have been participating in some already.
Okay, okay. And then, when we're talking about noise under Section 82, that's where like the horn honking comes in, right?
It could. It's one of the types of things. It would have to be, I think, more than obviously a single honk of a horn, but yes, it could.
Okay. So how was that addressed last summer?
So I would say a few things for that. I mean, drifting slightly off topic, but you know, there was an injunction in place for that behavior, and then it would be an offense. But like anything else, it's an offense that requires officers to go out and issue a ticket.
Then I'm also looking at some arterial roads like 99th Street or 109th Street. Like 109th Street, you know, we've got high rises, people in the balconies. Are those considered residential areas in addition to being an arterial road?
If I could answer just from the EPS perspective.
Okay.
Just in regards to those locations, in regards to Project Tensor, is that data and analytics are used. So to make a long answer short, the answer is yes. All of us could easily name the top 15, 20 different very noisy locations in the city, and we're aware of them and we do enforce.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So to administration, I heard a lot of things from our guests this morning that I just want to clarify the truthiness of them maybe. So it is currently illegal to modify your vehicle so that it shoots fire out of the back. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it is currently illegal to modify your, it's called anti-lag, it's a real thing, I guess. It's amazing what I learned in their groups. It's currently illegal to modify these exhaust systems so that they're excessively noisy. That's correct?
Modified so it's excessively noisy, yes.
Yeah. And if you're doing these things, you're currently in violation of the Traffic Safety Act, and in theory, you could be impounded, or the officer could confiscate your registration or take measures, and maybe this is for the inspector, the officer could take measures to seek a fix. Would that be fair?
Yeah, seizure, no, Councillor, but to seek a fix, yes. We do issue what's called a notice of direction when we do conduct, say, a Project Tensor, where we stop somebody for speeding and we identify any sort of vehicle equipment violations. A lot of times we're in partnership with our community services officers, and they're given a notice of direction to fix their vehicle and a date down the road. They're either directed to one of our facilities facilities at a later date, or if the vehicle's in very, very rough shape where we do seize it, they'll end up having to go to a provincial inspection facility. Now they're given a date. If they do not return with the vehicle fixed on that date, we do follow up again, and we do give them what's called a fail to comply. Everything is under the Traffic Safety Act.
It's interesting. Those seem very, very compelling punishments. I've heard in, I think it's California or maybe British Columbia, where if you get the ticket, it's something like X $1,000. But if you go and fix your vehicle, then the ticket is waived. So what I'm hearing is we have something similar like that already.
Essentially, just when we work under the Traffic Safety Act, if we do issue that notice of direction. So essentially, it's not just the education piece where we give warnings. It's not just the enforcement piece, but we do the follow-up. Yes, it does take time, but currently we're sitting at around 49% compliance last year and this year. We've seen a trend going up a little bit, but right around, it's about half the vehicles we give notice of direction to do comply.
And I've heard as well that the noise monitoring is actually, it doesn't hold up in court. Is that true?
That I can't, as far as a motorcycle noise, yes, it does. But any other, if we're issuing somebody a ticket, I believe a councillor mentioned, say, cause unnecessary noise. It's under the TSA. It's quite subjective. We have to be very detailed if it does go to trial. Sometimes we have success, sometimes we don't. But the member, I heard a vehicle come up, 2 blocks away from me. And again, all those notes have to be very detailed. And if a trial is run, do we have success? Sometimes yes, but a lot of times we do not.
Interesting. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, a lot of times too is that when we see cause unnecessary noise, disturb residential area, there's a 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., but that could be construction on a home as well, that where construction is past hours on that. The ones that we, in regards to noise, the ones where we do have success on has been the motorcycle bylaw. But it's important to know that in most cases, or in almost all cases, we don't pull a vehicle over specifically for noise. The law does allow us to, pull somebody over to check on the status and condition of a motor vehicle, but we always add that to an offense. So with the Project Tensor is that we'll conduct static speed enforcement. Like on Friday night, we were at Tommy Banks Way and Saskatchewan Drive. Within a few hours, we did, 127 tickets and 60 notice of directions and 23 warnings. So it's important to know that we cover off all aspects of our mandate, and it's not 100% enforcement. It's also evaluation and engagement, and education.
Yeah. I guess to administration, or maybe am I allowed to ask the inspector to respond to the motion or any feedback on the motion? Would that be in order, or is the inspector able to see the motion in front of us?
Yeah, I do see the motion, and on behalf of the EPSI, it's best that I not make any comment on it.
Okay, thank you. Nope, that's fair. I just was wondering about that. Okay, then I'll yield to my colleagues. The only question I'd have maybe for city legal, the guest on the radio said no matter what the fine was set at, he wouldn't change his car. He wouldn't demodify his car. So how do we deal with those sorts of issues then if fines are not going to be a deterrent?
I'd say there's always, unfortunately, probably less than 0.1% of people out there that will say things like that. But what we would do is look at the other enforcement options that we have in our toolbox. We don't use them rarely, thankfully, but we have them.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess my question, I'm not quite sure how to phrase this, but it seems to me that there's an element of context that we can't quite pin down here. The complaints that I receive from those I represent involve noise typically at night. And the context of that, from my perspective, is that it's generally quiet. And then here comes that car or that motorcycle or those 2 racing cars down a relatively empty road, disturbing the peace at night. But I also get the complaint about the snow clearing contractor clearing a parking lot overnight. And there's a greater good thing there, but in the context of that noise is noticed in the night, in the silence of the night, and it's not noticed in broad daylight. There's a contextual piece there. Similarly, there's a contextual piece around, the show and shine at the parking lot at the mall, where there is a certain element of big rumbly engines that people like, and is relatively harmless at 2 in the afternoon on a Saturday, but is really, really upsetting at 2 in the morning on a Saturday. How do we approach this and try to eliminate the problem in the context of when it's a problem? Have we thought about that?
Many jurisdictions have, and so that's why you see noise offenses that don't look at decibels. They look at talking about unreasonable noise and then giving a list of circumstances to guide the courts through making that decision about what is unreasonable and all of the factors they have to consider that day of the week, etc.
So I guess part of this would be a jurisdictional scan to see if we can develop something on that. But ultimately, this comes down to an enforcement piece. And it's really hard to have enough resources out there. But I guess my question would be, do we feel like we have adequate resources at the moment? And I offer this to administration and to our EPS representative. I look at the report and we have 6 tensor operations. So 6 evenings during the 100 days of summer, we're at one place trying to catch up people. People that we know full well are on a chat room knowing to avoid. I mean, frankly, the fact that we caught 126 people that didn't check their text messages on Calgary Trail on Friday night rather astonishes me. How do we get past that? How do we get the enforcement to a level where it actually makes a difference in the context of stopping this interruption when it is an interruption or when it is an annoyance?
Well, that's a great question.
Yeah, it's the million-dollar question.
It is, yeah. And you're right. It is the resources. Right now we've reallocated resources based on priority. Chinatown is another example. So officers that are coming in to work with Tensor with EPS right now are on overtime, right? So now we're starting, as our deputy city manager has spoken to before, starting to burn out staff. And starting to affect the mental health because they're having to come in to do this extra kind of stuff. So it is about, in my opinion, dedicating resources to be able to address it. Now,
but outside of Tensor, the resources are strictly the EPS between 10 in the evening and 7 in the morning. Right?
Correctly, as of right now. Although, if we didn't have to reprioritize, for instance, Chinatown and other priorities, we would be able to have the ability to be able to go out a little bit more. That being said, it's one of these problems and issues that you have to be there to be able to catch them. And but as the EPS inspector indicated, there are about 15 locations that we certainly would be able to at least target.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to watch the time. Is there a time limit on when we can do automated enforcement? So only to a certain hour of the day? Because that's a feedback that I've heard through constituents that photo radar stops at 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock or something.
There are guidelines generally, but they're not specifically limited to time.
And this is going to be really provocative. I can't wait for the emails I'm going to get on this one. Static photo radar, not in 15 places, in 150 places where this is the biggest problem.
Have to check each location against the guidelines, but it's not an absolute no. We just have to check the guidelines to make sure that whatever we install fits within the rules. So
it might not be the size of the fine, but it might be that if you race your motorcycle down Groat Road, you're going to get 6 photo radar tickets every single time you do it, 24/7, 365, as would others in vehicles.
Yeah, like I said, there are new rules, but there's no reason why those rules can't be looked at to see what is possible.
So that's my time, and we are at the break. So we'll stop there. We'll continue at 3:45. I'll just point out to my colleagues that we have not yet concluded unfinished business. So we actually have the business of the day to get to, at least in some form, today. See you at 3:45. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is, we discussed peace officers' authority, and when they do, it is by complaint. Is that correct? Bylaw.
So what generally happens is citizens will call in, and I have to apologize to Councillor Tang. They don't call into 311, so they call in the non-emergency police line. That data is aggregated together, and that's where we send out our deployments. If officers are out general duty and happen to come across one, they'll be able to enforce that.
Okay, so, you know, because they're moving, how is it enforced? Is it that you know when they're going to be leaving? Or like, do you go to the house and check the vehicle?
Well, actually, I'll let our coordinator, Kevin Tumulty, he'll be able to explain what we do from the peace officer side.
Yes, Councillor Principe, we do our enforcement in a myriad of ways. One would be, again, as you're alluding to, during moving vehicle traffic, we would actually conduct a traffic stop on that vehicle. And the enforcement would be taken roadside, including what Inspector Johnson was alluding to, issuing notices of directions when there's vehicle equipment deficiencies. Another means would be similar to our processes that we undertake through Project Tensor, and those are static operations where whether the vehicle is speeding or we hear that it's loud, we would wave those vehicles in for inspection and subsequently take enforcement action. A third way would be through complaint, where we would actually attend a property for a noisy vehicle, just like other noise violations, including construction noise or what have you, and undertake an inspection of that property and subsequently enforcement action if necessary.
Okay, thank you. And if a bylaw or a peace officer was in the area, investigating a modified vehicle or something, would they also be checking, other bylaw complaints like unkept lawn in the same area, or like is it strategically done so that it's being more efficient?
So generally, the two different enforcement areas, whether you're talking about peace officers, have certain legislation and certain tasks that they're designated to. We have our municipal enforcement, which is a non-uniform, that also do certain things. So there's not the overlap because the peace officers have that authority and they have the vehicles with the blue and reds are able to pull over those from a traffic safety. But you're right, if they are in the area looking at an obstruction on a roadway and happen to hear a vehicle, they would deal with it. Same thing if they were dealing with a noisy vehicle and happen to see an obstruction on a roadway, they would deal with it at the same time.
Okay, and one other question about hotspots. So I know Tensor, from my understanding, it's just done at hotspots that are known areas. What about areas where there is excessive noise, but not, maybe not one of the top areas? Like I back out onto a arterial road and it can get quite loud.
Yeah, I'll get either Inspector Johnson or Coordinator Tumulty to answer that.
Yeah, I can just state quickly from an EPS perspective, Councillor, yes, that's correct. I mean, 97th Street north of 137 Avenue is busy, Castle Downs is busy. In regards to these noise complaints, as well as speeding and all those other ones, from our email intake alone, 2021 was a pretty slow year, but we received 2,274 complaints. So each one of those is assessed and they are actioned, and so we don't restrict ourselves strictly to those areas, but they are very busy. High Level Bridge is bad. 97th Avenue underneath the ledges is bad. Sass Drive we're seeing a little bit less complaints from Victoria Hill due to the lane restrictions. We don't see as many, but again, you can pick almost any neighborhood in the city and there'll be a noise complaint.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to Councillor Jans again for bringing this forward. Just a couple quick clarifications. I'm assuming that that your intention is that this apply to all vehicles, that it be expanded from our current bylaw? Councillor Jans, as the mover?
Sorry, could you clarify?
Sure, yeah, just that your intent is that this apply to, that we would have bylaws that apply to all vehicles, not just motorcycles?
All passenger vehicles. I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, perfect. And I think also your intent here is that we would have more enforcement resources. That would be the option that we want to have coming forward.
Yeah, more enforcement resources, solutions, whether it's static photo radar, whether it's piggybacking this on top of other inspections or other regulations or insurance or whatever, whether it's any tool possible.
Great. So maybe just a clarification on my part, and I apologize if I've missed this in the report, but are we able to structure, so first of all, I should just say I really appreciate the partnership that's been happening with EPS through Project Tensor. I think that's great, and thank EPS for the resources for that as well. Are there ways to structure our bylaw so that we are able to have it be a city-led, that we can just devote our own resources without needing to match those with EPS resources? Are there limitations? I know that I believe our peace officers can't ask for ID, but are we able to structure enforcement bylaws that don't have that requirement?
So I'm not sure where the piece came from about not being able to ask for ID. There are certain authorities that our peace officers can do. They cannot, of course, exceed their provincially appointed authorities, but where they don't have provincially appointed authorities, they haven't been granted, there is nothing we can do on a bylaw side to overcome that.
And so are there ways to structure a excessive vehicle noise bylaw so that it could be fully enforced by city peace officers?
By peace officers, it could be done. There's still operational challenges about it occurring on roadway and ensuring they have the safety requirements met, but we can write bylaw offenses that can be enforced by peace officers.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think that that would be really great, just because that way, again, we can reduce demand on EPS, which we know has significant demands, while sort of building up our own, autonomous is the wrong word, but that we can build up the capacity that the city has and don't need to have matching resources to make that effective. So just wondering if the wording of this motion, will you be able to come back with, like when we talk about options, again, I think that we're really focused on seeing an improvement, seeing an increase in enforcement. So would some of the options be, we could have X number of bylaw officers for this cost, X number of bylaw officers at this cost, like just sort of having that menu of options that we've seen?
Yes, certainly we can include that in the report coming back.
Excellent. Also, just a clarification coming up from the speaker earlier. Would unmodified vehicles be subject to a bylaw if there was something like, again, that 85 decibel, even if they were unmodified, would we be able to issue tickets on that?
So I would clarify that I wouldn't look at a decibel level. Those are supremely challenging in terms of enforcement practices. An unmodified vehicle operated unreasonably, perhaps, yes.
Okay, great. And is it, again, just thinking about the seasonality, are there opportunities that you see where a new enforcement pool that is, in the summer months focused on excessive vehicle noise, is there sort of a natural place that they could go in the winter? I know that we were looking at additional enforcement for snow clearing. Just wondering how that could potentially work, or if there's seasonality opportunities that would be more like a summer job.
Yeah, we'd have to look at that. Again, the difference between the seasonality for snow clearing is non-uniform bylaw officers that go out there and do that. The difficult part is, you're right, is to try and find, you can't hire peace officers temporarily, right? There's a lot of training and cost up front in order to get them. So it would have to be a full-time resource, and then we would have to be able to find ways that they could be effective in the winter. And I'm sure that there probably are certain things that we could focus in on and help support.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate the complexity of what we're asking you to do, but appreciate that you'll look for some of those ways that can be operationalized. Thank you. I'll speak to the motion in good time, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to Councillor Jans for bringing this forward. I think it's a really good motion. So just a few clarifying questions. Looking for a bit of commentary on the relationship between enforcement and deterrence. Recognizing with Project Tensor, we're taking more of that kind of point in time approach as opposed to that sort of consistent monitoring and enforcement in a more spread out manner. But when it comes to deterrence, I guess we have principles in place, previous council supported around deterrence that says, you know, the fines in place and measures in place should act as a sufficient deterrence that's, you know, related to the severity of the offense, essentially. So to administration, does our current fine structure deter this behavior, I guess, would be the most simple way to ask that question.
Well, I would say that it's a difficult question from the perspective of when we're looking at determining what is a deterrent factor or how much is a deterrent factor. You know, whether or not $165 is enough. It would have to be something that, as Nancy from Law has indicated, to look at the totality of it, the safety concerns, the deterrent factor, the successfulness in court. Those are all things that we'll have to take into consideration to come back, you know, with some recommendation or options.
Okay. Yeah, and recognizing this body of work and the motion that's on the floor will enable you to do that. And then just another question, understanding this work has to be done still, is it possible that we get to a place where fines are increased to an amount that actually wholly or partially offsets the cost of enforcement, where we get to a more even like revenue neutral place? Is that a possibility?
So the practice has always been not to have a cost neutral program. The optics generally seen by that is then officers write tickets to pay for their job. So I think within the motion that we have up here, we'll be able to come back with some other options or some suggestions as to how we might be able to move forward with that. But a cost neutral program is something that I know that we've tried to stay away from for many years.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and that's understandable. And then just a final question around the application of the bylaw beyond just motorcycles, but to all vehicles. Really happy to hear from Councillor Chance that that's the intention of this. But just process-wise to administration, my understanding would be, you know, we get this body of work back. Depending on what's decided, then there would eventually have to be a bylaw amendment that actually includes all motor vehicles into that bylaw. Is that correct? Or would that be a separate bylaw? Just process-wise, can you walk me through that?
There would be a bylaw amendment required to bring, to expand the current offense beyond simply motorcycles, yes.
Okay, and that would be, sorry, was someone speaking? Nope.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and that would be beyond bylaw amendments that might contemplate additional fines or higher fines. Is that right?
That would have to come before the fine amount because you can't increase the amount of a fine for something that doesn't yet exist.
Okay, that provides the clarity I needed. Thank you so much, and I'll speak to it when the time is right.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Really appreciate this discussion. It's Mr. Scott who's in River Valley room right now, right? I just don't have a camera on it. Is that?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Mr. Scott. I want to ask you a question because just to that last answer to Councillor Salvador's, that wasn't entirely true. We've done, do you remember the heavy vehicle enforcement team that was approved in late 2014?
Yes, the commercial vehicle unit.
Yeah, because that was one that we approved with no new budget expenditure during that budget deliberation. Essentially, that team of 5 was meant to pay for themselves because ultimately the impact of those commercial vehicles on local roads was creating a very expensive problem and obviously a major quality of life issue. So I guess I wanted to maybe push a little bit and say, is that not something we could consider in this step here, which is that this is an issue that has a broader community, well, there's significant community issues, and to essentially have a fine in place that covers the cost of the team while improving quality of life does not feel like an unreasonable action like we did with the commercial vehicle team.
So from what I understand from my history, and I'll get Coordinator Tamalti to answer if I'm not correct on this, is that those were redeployed resources, so they weren't a new program created with new resources in order to be cost neutral. Is that correct, Councillor Kevin?
If we're talking about the commercial vehicle unit, yeah, that was a net new team that was created, as Councillor Knack alluded to, in 2014 and staffed in 2015. Yeah. And as Councillor Knack alluded to as well, the fine revenue does go back to the general coffers, but doesn't solely fund the team. I think we would have to come back with further information on what kind of model we could come back with as it relates to vehicle noise specifically. Given that in a commercial vehicle context, those fine amounts are rather large based on overweight enforcement. And Inspector Keith Johnson could probably speak to it as well, given that we operate mutually across with EPS as well.
Absolutely. And just because you cut out briefly, I just want to confirm, you'd said that was a net new team, because that was my understanding as well. So it wasn't a reallocation of existing resources. It was actually a brand new team of 5 new officers that were essentially paid for through the fines that were issued.
It was definitely a net new team.
That's what I thought. So I just bring up that example as something that I don't think we should close ourselves off to. I mean, this has been an issue that has existed for quite some time. So being that we have had precedent of doing this before, is that something that can be considered as part of part 1 of this motion?
Councillor Knack, I want to clarify just something on that piece. When fine revenue comes back to the city, it comes back into general revenue. So
I understand, yeah. But generally speaking, it was designed in a way that was self-fulfilling, if you will.
I would say if that happens to work itself out, but that should not be a primary goal of enforcement, is to pay for its cost.
No, but I think when you have, like we did with that issue in late 2014, it was pretty significant of an issue. And of course, at the same time, though, there is a cost to everything we're doing. And in a time when we're dealing with budget constraints, it doesn't feel unreasonable to consider a program and a subsequent or a related fine amount that ensures that we can address a serious issue. Again, we're not looking to make money, but we are looking to actually address an issue that hasn't really been addressed through no fault of anyone else. There's not enough resources to go out and do that work. So we could consider that. That would be a possible. So I guess I'm just confirming, point 1 allows us to consider that same model.
Point 1 would allow you to hear a recommendation on a fine amount that considers all of the factors that go into it, and council, yes, will ultimately decide the fine amount.
Okay, that's helpful to hear. So I'll speak to the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Jans.
Honestly, I think we've covered a lot of it. I'm ready to go to debate and vote.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I just have one question in relation to the police's use of the helicopter, I guess, in their enforcement. I often see it sort of going back and forth over the White Mud, or you can see, I'm sure it's over Calgary Trail. Is the helicopter at all used for tracking down speeders? Like, can you do a photo radar ticket from up in the air, Inspector Johnson?
No, you can't do a photo radar ticket in the air. The air one is, I know we're out of scope a little bit here, but air one is used strictly for immediate responses. A lot of incidents occur at 11, 12, 1 o'clock, and that is flat out dangerous criminal driving or high-speed driving that's occurred after a criminal offense has taken place. So yes, sometimes they do pick up some high flyers, but all those things have to be done in a very safe manner, and we have very, very strict protocols as to how we follow up on those. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't see the screen. Councillor Knack, just to speak.
No, just to speak. Thank you.
Any other questions of administration? Okay, then speaking to the motion, we'll start with you, Councillor Knack.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. You know, this has been a topic that's gone on quite some time. I mentioned in the morning session in questions of one of our guests that, you know, this was really led heavily by former councillors McKean and Henderson, as they were facing a lot of the complaints and concerns. And with the ward boundary changes and now taking over a few communities that are immediately adjacent to Grout Road, I have started to hear and learn from a lot of individuals about just how long this has been going on. You know, there was one resident who couldn't join us today. He had registered to speak 2 weeks ago, but couldn't join us this time, who's lived in McQueen for 35 years. And literally that is as long as the issue has been going on for him, the entire time he's been there. And you know, even when I was door knocking last summer in those neighborhoods, it was pretty evident just how constant it is. And so I think it's really important that we look to do more on this. I really want to thank Councillor Jans for putting this forward. I recognize some of the things will require some support from the provincial government, but there, I think, are some additional steps we can take. And why I pushed as much as I did on the commercial vehicle team is I think that very much should serve as the model for this, not to bring in additional revenue, but to essentially you know, cover the cost of an enforcement team, which I think is really needed. And because I've heard through even questions today that while certainly in the downtown and south side core, I think that is where it is the biggest issue, it's clearly an issue across all parts of the city. And I am noticing it more and more, even in the far western parts of the ward I represent. So I think we need to look at having a dedicated bylaw team, similar to what Councillor Stevenson was asking about. We don't, you know, we want to save EPS their time. So let's have a dedicated team like we did with this commercial vehicles unit. It was a dedicated team that focused their time and attention in across different parts of the city and had a pretty substantial impact on where that was being abused. Similarly, I think that's the point we need to do here. And I think I'll just close by saying, you know, while I heard the comments of one of our speakers earlier today, you know, I will continue to think back to all of the people I've met with in the ward I represent, and how much it is impacting their quality of life, their ability just to sit outside in their backyard and enjoy a barbecue with friends and family. When you've got constant noise passing by you, when you've got a young family and people are trying to sleep, and then you have these vehicles pass by you. I appreciate this is a handful of bad actors, like with almost every bylaw we ever talk about. That's always a handful of people. And fortunately, in many cases, our bylaws are designed in a way with an appropriate level of enforcement or penalty that keeps that to a minimum. But this is continuously happening. Even with Project Tensor, which I really want to thank the folks for doing, and I think it's made some improvement in certain areas at certain times, but it's not nearly enough. We really need a team that can be out in those evening hours, and I think this is one of the ways to look at doing that. So I hope when we get this report back, we really consider that model and apply that same thinking, especially at a time when we are dealing with a really tight budget. And this isn't meant to, bring in new revenue to the city. It's meant to help cover the costs of enforcing the rules that are quite reasonable. And I think the last point is that, it's not like the noise bylaw that we have here is set at unrealistically low expectations. There are many other jurisdictions that have a far lower noise threshold than we do. So, with the greatest respect to those who feel that they should have the right to be noisy whenever they want. I don't think that's fair at all to the vast majority of people who just want to have a reasonable quality of life and enjoy their homes and their communities. So thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Jens. I won't get to support anything except point 2, but I encourage folks to support point 1 and happy to vote for part 2 when it comes to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, just very briefly, appreciate the work that was done on this report, and I am so excited for the work to come the impact of excessive vehicle noise in my ward is considerable, and I hear from dozens of people about the very real and immediate impact it has on their quality of life. So I'm so pleased that we as a city are looking to commit those dedicated enforcement resources, and to Councillor Knack's point, in a way that doesn't unfairly require taxpayers to cover that cost, that there is that opportunity to balance things out through revenue. I think that, in the reading and research that I've done, frequency and certainty of receiving a ticket seems to be much more impactful than the size of that fine. So again, it really speaks to the need to have that enforcement, to know that if you are driving in that way, making noise in that way in our communities, that you will be held accountable. Also really appreciate the opportunities to reduce our pressures on EPS and ensure that those resources are going towards other urgent needs in our community. So thank you again, Councillor Jans, for bringing this forward. Very much look forward to the positive impact it'll have in my ward and across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, also really appreciate the discussion. Oh no, I'm going to start coughing.
I can come back.
Would you mind coming back to me? Thank you.
I can come back to you, yeah. So I'll take my turn. And maybe just very briefly, maybe to reinforce some of the things that Councillor Knack said and others, this is not just, this is primarily a downtown or core problem, but it's not exclusively that. This is a problem on Twilliger Drive and Rabbit Hill Road and Riverbend Road and 541st Street south of the Henday. It's a constant plague. And so we need to find that targeted solution in context that identifies these individuals, and whether, if that's a core team that's applied, if that's fixed automated enforcement that's only active at certain parts of the day when, in the context of when ambient noise is lowest and therefore noise disturbances is highest. I'd like to see us explore those actions. If an accumulation of automated enforcement tickets allows us to identify the chronic offenders and remove them from the problem, perhaps we're on to a suite of solutions here. We need to find, though, that imaginative set of solutions that will allow us to identify those that offend, and I'll go back to what I said earlier, in the context of what is actually an offense. I do not want us to do some sort of a scoop at the show and shine at the mall. That is, and I want to be clear on that, that is absolutely not what I am advocating for, nor am I advocating for a shrimp net of photo radar across the city 24/7. I'm not advocating for that either. I want to find a way to convince those that are bent on disturbing the peace and quiet and enjoyment of their property of others to stop. I'll kind of feed off of something that Councillor Tang said earlier today. I don't know where this shift has come from in the last few months or the last couple of years, but the lack of ability of people in Edmonton to respect the people around them, whether it is the way they drive their vehicle, or the way they send email to my staff, or the way they engage us on social media, but this trend where we don't give a damn about the people around us has got to be reversed somehow. So in the particular context of this, if we need to apply some things, even in the relative short term, to get this to stop, then we need to get this to stop. And if we can find a way to convince those around us to back off the pedal, to shut down the noise, to say hello, good boy, thank you, I appreciate your help when they talk to our staff, to understand that if you want to communicate something to your councillor, that doesn't have to be accompanied by a threat about the next election. Like, we're here to listen. I don't know. I guess I'm pontificating and I'm really expanding this, but I have really thought about this a lot in the last few weeks. I don't know where this has come from. But I sure hope we can find a way to get back to that quiet community. I appreciate we live in a community, a greater community of 1.4 million people. And that has a certain amount of noise that comes with it. But we're trying to make this the different community. We're trying to make this a community that appeals to people more than other communities do. We're trying to maintain that community of communities, that biggest small town in Canada kind of feel that we've always had and we've always taken pride in. and that I feel to some degree has been lost. And we really want to differentiate ourselves. And so if you can live in a city of 1 million people but still enjoy peace and quiet while you read a book in your backyard, that's our goal. And if we have to identify those in our city that don't share that goal through whatever means, then that's what we have to do. So I support this, and I really hope it has relatively immediate effect in changing the behaviors of some of those that live with us. Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
You know what? I agree with everything that's been said before me. Very supportive of this. No need to add any more from my end. Thank you so much for bringing this forward, Councillor Jans, and obviously encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, anybody else to speak? Councillor Jans to close.
I've nothing new to add, except I just want to express my gratitude to my colleagues. I think that this has been wrongly portrayed as by some of the CAR community as one councillor on a vendetta, or a couple of tired seniors who just need to move, or people need to leave their homes or something. And to hear all of you speak unanimously, even those not on committee, about the need for enforcement, accountability, and severe action here, and hearing that echoed by administration, it just really means a lot. So I just want to say thank you so much to all of you.
Very good. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 4-0. So that completes item 6.2. Now, in the spirit of agenda management, we have roughly 45 minutes left. I'll first ask if Samir Sohi cannot return to the meeting. He exempted item 7.3. Does anybody else have questions on 7.3? You did? Okay, then we'll leave that alone. And we'll take these in order. That means we have 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 8.1. So I wonder if we should not put 8.1 over to the next meeting for the interest of our speakers. And given that there's speakers registered, we could make that first item of business at the next CPSC meeting. That's my suggestion, that 8.1 would be the first item at the next meeting. That might not be the only one that carries over, but I just, in the interest of letting our speakers not hang around any further, we might do that. Okay. So I'll move that item 8.1 be, I'm not sure of the words, but put to the next CPSC meeting, first item of business, under unfinished business at that point. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And my apologies to those that were looking to speak and have hung around all day. I wish we could have come to this earlier, but this is just the way committee progresses sometimes. So we'll see you in 2 weeks' time. I think it's 2 weeks. That takes us to item 7.1, Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy. And we'll start with administration's presentation.
Thank you. We have a number of staff from the corporation here to answer any questions. We are here to respond to a motion committee made on May 16th, 2022, which requested a detailed explanation of federal, provincial, and municipal responsibilities in relation to the work of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy. Before you is an information report that outlines those roles, while also highlighting the nuance of the topic, as most, if not all, of these responsibilities are shared between governments in some fashion. This report is for information only and no action is required. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy is a roadmap for inclusive, connected, and coordinated safety and well-being planning that is aligned to the values in the City Plan. Constitutionally, there are some clear lines of jurisdiction within the strategy, but the lines are less clear when it comes to responding to the needs of the community. In many cases, the roles of the different orders overlap as we collaborate to respond to urgent needs. An outcome of this ambiguity is that there are numerous, at times overlapping activities that all orders of government provide that fall within the pillars of the CSWB. These include direct services, legal, regulatory, and policy provisions, and other supportive actions. To effectively collaborate and coordinate with the province and federal governments, the City of Edmonton tracks areas of interest that require municipal influence. Stakeholder meetings, data sharing, and building these informal and formal collaborations are critical for the success of this strategy. You'll find a snapshot of each order of government's actions within the CSWB pillars in Attachment 1, and a comprehensive breakdown of recently CSWB-funded city actions in Attachment 2. As in the past, these responsibilities will continue to evolve and be influenced by shifting political interests, approved strategic directions, and new government funding priorities. The City of Edmonton will continue to engage and collaborate for the success of Edmontonians and this strategy. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. We'll now hear from our speakers. We'll just ask admin to step back while we do so. Now, we are joined by Dicky Dikamba in person, I believe. Please come forward, sir, and we'll have you sit at one of the seats next to the clerk. And our second speaker is V. Duncan, who is joining us remotely. Is V still with us?
Yes, I am.
Very good. So you'll each have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Mr. Dikamba, there's lights on the dashboard up there that just in front of you to your right that will green for 4 minutes, yellow for the 5th minute, and red means your 5 minutes are up. Mr. Duncan, you'll see the timer online that should tell you when your 5 minutes are complete. We'll hear from each of you, and then councillors will have questions for you. So please go ahead, Mr. Dikamba. Okay. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. My name is Dicky Dikamba. I'm the founder and the executive director of Canavois, Canadian Volunteers United in Action. So we are a non-profit here in Edmonton. We have Volunteer Alberta, Volunteer Edmonton, and Canavois in the Francophone community. So Canavois is fighting against food insecurity since our inception in 2010, and we are fighting against also housing insecurity. And on May, the city of Edmonton has sent the proposal for non-marketable housing land for Garneau and Queen Alexandra. And for the Queen Alexandra, it's Canavois who has been invited by the city of Edmonton to further discussion in order to have an affordable housing. So in the meantime, we have done some steps with CMHC, Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation, in order to have a black-led organization running an affordable housing. So it's a good step for us, and today I'm here to show this is the Garneau site. We applied for the 2, but we have been awarded, I can say that, because we received an email from the city of Edmonton in July 6th. They are inviting Canavois to, in order to further discussion with the city of Edmonton in terms of affordable housing. So can we go on in the so this is the Garneau, the plan for Garneau. So that one, it's not for us now. Can we go to the next slide? No. Yep, this is the Queen Alexandra. So the Queen Alexandra is on 71 Avenue and 108th Street. This is the land that have been, I can say, awarded to Canavois. We would like to have an affordable housing over there. So I can show you the plan of the plan, the sketches of, next slide is. Yeah, we will have in the main floor, daycare and food service for Canavois. So we are fighting against food insecurity. So we'll have this and the 40 apartment. Can you go in the next slide? Yeah, this is how it's gonna look like. So it's gonna be the first black-led organization running an affordable housing in Edmonton. So today I'm here to advocate for this project. We have been the National Co-Investment Fund, and we are working with the CMHC in order to see how they can help us to have this funding as quick as possible. I was in Halifax. In Halifax, I was being invited in Halifax for the Black Summit, and I met some people from Ottawa running this project, the National Housing Co-Investment Project for Black-led Organization. There is 50 million. So I think the step Canava have made with the City of Edmonton, it's a very great step. So now we are waiting. We are waiting for the transition of the land in order to go forward. So that's why I'm here today, to advocate for this project. We would like to have the first Black-led organization running in affordable housing here in Edmonton. And also, I see there is in your agenda. Oh, sorry, I was reading the stuff. For the City of Edmonton strategy to end poverty, I think this is kind of initiative that would be that can be supported by the City of Edmonton. And also, the city in our application to the City of Edmonton, we are very lucky. We are very lucky because my team and our housing committee, we used to approach those GC, general contractor, working with other supporting housing with the City of Edmonton. So those who are building those projects, they accept to work with Canava pro bono until now.
Great. Thank you. That's your time, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. So there'll be some questions for you, I'm sure. Okay. Next we have V. Duncan. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is V. Duncan. My Cree name is Emikoset Musquat. I am of Shuswap and Squamish Nation. I have been the project or the managing director of NACM, which is an Indigenous-led outreach organization where we go out into Edmonton, River Valley, and downtown Calgary, Wetaskiwin, hand out food, smokes, and to bring bits of ceremony like smudge, and just to give someone, people, an Indigenous person to talk to. I also am the food coordinator, Indigenous liaison for the Chew Project, which is the Two-Spirit Queer Trans Youth Outreach downtown Jasper. I've given Ashley Salvador this proposal a while ago, and it was just on all of the stuff. I've been here at this meeting all day, and like my whole, like what I wanted to say has changed, because what I want to do with NACM, the Badger Society, and this proposal that we presented to Salvador was that, you know, we have this River Valley cleanup project where we wanted to get houseless folk, people in transition involved. And I know there's a lot of red tape around that, so we've kind of taken a step back from the houseless folk and just kind of getting more involved with people that might be that are in transition, that are housed from the Chew Project. What we do is we provide lunch, and we give the houseless folk $10 a bag to pick up garbage in the River Valley. The last time we picked up garbage over on Jasper and 92nd Street, we pulled out 53 bags of garbage, and we also had help from a couple of youth from Inner City High. One of the teachers there brought the students, and it's just something that I really wanted to incorporate into everything. If NACM had a space, I would be able to offer this, and also healing ceremonies. I am a Scapio, I'm a sun dancer. I have recently become a pipe carrier. I'm knowledgeable in ceremony and tradition and what's needed, and taking this forward to into a traditional Indigenous perspective. Like, I agree with a lot of stuff that's going on, but there are ways that could be improved as incorporating Indigenous teachings and having people with lived experience get involved, and improving secular groups, working with secular groups like the True Project. With my houseless experience, I've stayed at the Spady. I've stayed at their MAP program. Their MAP program's no more, but I've used it. I've used their detox. I've gone through the multiple treatment centers here in Calgary, Lethbridge. And just with my experience alone, I can tell you what works and what doesn't work, because I've done the same song and dance of going to treatment, get out, go to sober living, relapse, end up in jail. NACM has something that would help with all of that, and that's the Badger Society, which is bringing back that warrior mentality to the people, to the community, and it's teaching people how to live together in tradition and take care of one another in the community. And that's what we would be doing with the River Valley cleanups, and just simple stuff like making sandwiches for the houseless, or handing out water, bringing ceremony like smudging down to the houseless camps. A lot of that is what NACM does, and bringing that kind of focus, and like thinking about this community gardens thing. The city library has this kitchen open up, and I've got years of experience working in kitchens and teaching people how to cook. And that's something that I want to incorporate in all of this, because that's something that I've seen over the years of being in and out of like all of these systems, all of these programs, is teaching people how to live. We don't have any of that. None of that's really offered. They're built for people to become comfortable and not really learn. You know, I can go through all these programs and I can have social workers drop off food hampers, bus tickets, but if nobody's teaching me how to be self-reliant, then I'm just stuck in this like system. And I have other ideas that I wanted to bring forward, and I don't know where to go. So thanks for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now have questions from councillors to you both. We'll start with Councillor Jans.
Can I defer to Councillor Paquette if he's online? It was him who requested this item.
I don't have any questions of the speakers up. I'm really grateful they came out, and I'm hoping administration connects with them.
Great, thank you. Councillor Paquette, Councillor Jans, anything more?
I think you're just looking to our first speaker. Would the guests be willing to share? Have you had success working with city administration thus far, or has there been? Are you here sort of expressing some challenge to date? I was a little unclear. It sounds like the parts have been awarded and we're moving ahead. Did I mishear you?
No. We received an email from the City of Edmonton on the 6th of July to have a further discussion. So now we are still waiting. I know that there is some people in so we are waiting in order to go to have the invitation to transfer the land. So this is what we are waiting now. So because with the CMAC, we have gone far and we are waiting the first step. The first step is the land. And we have an email from CMAC. They are willing to provide up to 40 to 50% of to fund the project through the National Investment Fund for Black-led organization.
So what we're missing is the transfer of land from the City of Edmonton.
Yes.
And do you have is that proposal in the works, or do you know when that would be coming forward?
We are working with Jeffrey Crew. Jeffrey is the planning manager for homelessness here at the City of Edmonton. So I think in a couple of days, maybe it's going to be done. Yeah.
That's really exciting. It sounds like lots of things are moving ahead, and I look forward. I live adjacent to one of those sites. I won't say which, but I look forward to having you as a neighbor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also.
Sorry, please continue.
And also, Service Credit Union is willing to to find the rest of the mortgages, because the nonprofit has to have like 66%. This is what we're gonna have, and the rest have been financing by the mortgages. And Service Credit Union is willing to do that. So quietly, in 18 months, if we have that, we're going to have the...
Excellent, thank you. I'll save my questions for administration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Salvador?
I believe Councillor Tang is on committee.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I've lost my...
That's okay.
Councillor Tang.
All right. Well, great. Thank you both so much, V and Dicky, for sharing some excellent, community-led efforts and exploring those opportunities. And V, I see you also registered to speak on the mutual aid report. Even though that is rescheduled for September 9th because we're running out of time, but I want to say that everything you're saying is in fact why I think it's an important conversation for us to hear at this table. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for you sharing your story and what is happening with NECM on the ground. I don't necessarily have a question for you, but I just want to say that I heard you and I look forward to hearing from other folks on the ground when this report does come up on September 9th as well. And for Dicky, I think it's a great initiative. Even though today we're not actually talking about affordable housing with this particular report, but it is also another issue that contributes to our community well-being and safety that spans multiple levels of government. And it's great that you're in touch with city staff. And if you're not already, I will also encourage, maybe there's other teams within the city community services that can also benefit from that conversation with you. And if they're listening, I hope those folks do reach out to keep the conversation going. And eventually when this project goes to a rezoning, are you at the rezoning stage or no? So you're at the stage where you're kind of awaiting decisions from CMHC, but you're not quite at the rezoning, or?
You need to, sorry, you need to turn your microphone on.
The CMHC is ready to work with us because
now
we are working on the viability of the project.
Yeah, so I imagine that there's future opportunities that we're going to be able to hear more about your project. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. And thanks to both of our speakers for joining us today. So just a question for V. First of all, nice to see you, V. And I just want to express my gratitude for your continued effort and work in our city. It's just so important. And I think we often talk about, it's in our strategies. We want to see Indigenous-led outreach, but sometimes we're just putting a lot of barriers in our way to get there. And I know the last update that I received from admin was about a month ago. They said they were still working with you. Some hurdles were coming up, but I'd like to hear from your perspective how things are going. And I can ask this of admin as well, and it might be better suited to the community safe or item 8.1 around mutual aid organizations. But while you're here, I'd very much like to hear how things are on your end.
Everything takes time, and I'm learning that with government and paperwork, and that's kind of what's been going on. Is just everything takes time. The pilot's going through, but there was just a lot of red tape that we kind of had to get through, and it's just a lot of these barriers, and that's the hardest part, especially for me, because I'm like, hey man, we're already doing a lot of this stuff. It's working. Why do we have to reword this so it doesn't sound like dangerous? Because we're working with vulnerable people. It's a hazard, and it's hard for me because I'm out there every day. I'm out in the river valley, sometimes 10, 11 o'clock at night, bringing out water because I know the next day is going to be hot, and I know the best time to bring stuff out to them would be at night because they're all sitting at their camps trying to cool down. But with the proposal, like I think it would be successful with what the city wants. I've seen like the concerns about, you know, garbage, needles, giving them stuff, like giving them opportunities to give back to the community. And the proposal isn't even that much. It's 127,000. We already have 2 locations that we can work out of, the Chew project and I can't remember the name of the game place. It's on 118 across from the Carrot. It's an Indigenous game store, but we're going to be partnering with them. One of our Badger Society members is a local Edmonton rapper from Psych Ward Kids, and he's also a teacher, and he's going to be helping me set up there with his students from Inner City High to get them to make sandwiches, to get them to, you know, get them involved in giving back. And we're trying to get to these kids before they get to that point, because when Mark and I started doing this, you know, when we were that age, we didn't have that kind of stuff. So that's what that is meaning to us. And it's hard, all of these hurdles and trying to manage all that and then get food to the camps and I'm really trying, dude. I really am. It's just getting through all of that stuff is hard. And then, like I said, managing the volunteers to get stuff to where it's going, and then not having enough water, not having enough, you know, basic necessities like first aid equipment. We have harm reduction supplies, but then they're like, sometimes they're out, so we're out. So that kind of, it's, I'm just praying it all works out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I hear you, and thank you for giving everyone here some of that insight. And I think, yeah, like I said, we're trying to move in this direction. I think we recognize the good work that is happening on the ground by organizations like yours, and being able to help that and amplify that and elevate that instead of getting in the way, I think is something we need to really think about. And I'll be following up again about this particular proposal, because I think there's huge value in it. And again, want to thank you and express gratitude, V, for you and your team and the work that you do every day in our city.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Duncan. Just really wanted to reiterate the comments of my colleagues, just how valued your work is. It's a huge, huge part of creating community safety and well-being, and I agree with Councillor Salvador, sort of absolutely the direction that we want to go in. So hearing from you really really reinforces what we need to do and can do as a community to support you. Just wondering, you know, in terms of what I've heard from you, sort of you need, you know, simpler processes. There's a suggestion that sort of partnering with other organizations that can maybe act as a legal entity for you in terms of getting funding to you. How does that sit with you as an approach? Would that help enable the work that you do if the city was able to provide grant funding through another organization to provide you with the resources that you need without requiring you to do the administrative work?
We are a registered non-for-profit. NACM is a registered non-for-profit business, and we have been for almost 2 years. We have insurance because this is what the city said that we needed to get this project on the go. So we went and got insurance. We got everything, all of our ducks in the row. We're just kind of waiting on the money now. And when it comes to working with homelessness and other organizations, I've offered Streetworks, I've offered Boyle, I've offered all of these organizations to take them to camps, because I know there are camps over behind Walmart on the Henday and Stony Plain. I know there are camps on 149th and Stony Plain in the Ravine. I know there are camps all the way up in Ukrainian Park in between the Yellowhead going east and west. I know there are camps all along the river valley that I go to every day. I am either either here in the West End, I'm downtown in the River Valley, I'm way over on the east side, I'm up on the north end, and I can't do this alone, and I can't do this for free. So, I mean, if these guys are willing to help me out that way, I can take all of these groups, nurses, social workers, housing workers, to these camps, to these people, and I could play that role of I don't even want to say social worker, because I give them my card and I give their workers my card and say, hey, if you're going to try to get them into housing and you can't get a hold of them, call me and I'll go find them, because I know where they're at. I know where they camp. I know I've built a relationship with these people over the past 2 years that, like, if they say, hey, if my worker tries to get a hold of me, I'll probably be in this area, or I'll be over here doing laundry for a couple days. You know, they don't have phones. They don't have the ability to, like, get a hold of people all the time because they don't have money, or where they're going, they don't have a phone. It's
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do this with, like, nothing, because everything that nothing gets is all, it's all donation.
Yeah.
We get donations from Save On, from we were partnered up with Fifth Street Food Hall, and the majority of our food, like produce and meat, go to Fifth Street, and they help cook food for us to take out to the communities, and they're also cooking for two. And we want to get more organizations and more local businesses involved with stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I appreciate knowing that you sort of have gone through that process of getting the administrative pieces in place, and the work that you're describing, I think, is absolutely a gap in our system right now in terms of that relationship-based outreach. So I'll certainly take that forward and do what we can to support you. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Any other questions of our speakers? Not seeing any, but make sure everyone's had an opportunity. Very good. So thank you very much for your attendance today. Thank you for waiting around all day to have your opportunity. We really appreciate it. And I think for both of you, people at this table will be in touch with you to help you further your goals further and extend those. So really appreciate your presentations today, for sharing your thoughts. Okay, thank you. We'll now go to questions of administration. This report was generated by a motion from Councillor Paquette, so I'm going to go to him first with the indulgence of committee. Councillor Paquette, the floor is yours. Administration is just getting settled, so please go ahead.
Okay, my thanks to committee. So before I get into my other questions, I'll just follow up on the speakers. Are we going to be connecting with V and his the folks who are supporting him as well in this work, just to hear what his ideas are and to see how we can assist in the efforts he described?
Yes, I'm pleased to let everyone know that our team has been working with both of the speakers on their respective projects. Maybe if Ms. Kajenner's online, she can provide a bit more detail.
I don't need a lot of detail, just an affirmation would be fantastic. So I think I got it. Thank you. So we'll continue with that, and maybe a memo back to council at some point to give us an update on how that's going would be great. Okay, so moving into my main questions here on the report. You know, hearing these speakers really drove home the point. The entire rationale for asking for this breakdown of federal, provincial, and municipal responsibilities was to very clearly delineate where our responsibilities lie, so we could more intentionally fund efforts or focus on efforts that are within our wheelhouse, and to clearly show the federal government, the provincial government, and our own residents where these delineations are and why the city is having so much trouble and such a huge challenge to address really obvious needs. And I'm just wondering if, like, I personally don't feel that this report hit that. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to make this more clear according to the spirit in which the motion was made.
can you repeat your question? I'm uncertain what you're
Okay,
asking
so
me.
let
I'm
me
sorry.
put it this way. The intent of the motion was to clearly delineate the responsibilities of the federal, provincial, and municipal governments legislatively so that we could ensure that our efforts were intentional and focused within our separate wheelhouses. Because right now, the city, the people in the city are wondering why their city, why their government locally is not fixing these problems. We know what our challenges are, but perhaps the provincial government representatives do not know. Perhaps federal government representatives do not know. And absolutely, many people who are residents in the city do not know what these separations are and why we have such a challenge in meeting these just as a municipality. That was the intent of this motion. I don't see it in this report. So I'm wondering if we could talk about that a little bit, about why that's not there, when that was the whole intent of the motion in the first place.
So attachment 1 does try in a table to delineate the roles and responsibilities between the federal, provincial, and municipal governments.
I've definitely read attachment 1.
Yeah, and I guess the unfortunate complexity is that there is a lot of spillover amongst those different orders of government as they try to grapple with the complexities. For example,
Sure. Let me put it this way. If I was, I have to read this, and because I'm so immersed in these issues, I understand it. But if I was just the average person taking a look at this, it looks like it's inscrutable. I don't know what's going on. And so therefore, if I'm an MLA who's never thought about this, I'm an MP who's never thought about this, and if I'm a member of the public who's never thought about this, when you look at attachment 1, do you see clarity from that perspective of people who actually don't even think about this a lot, but are furious in many cases that nothing in their mind is being done?
perhaps what could offer more clarity and transparency is if we were to list out the ministries. So the federal ministries, we could list those out. We could list out the provincial ministries, and then that would tell the tale of where the focus and priorities are. So I know that doesn't help, though. For example, health. It is clearly a provincial jurisdiction, yet there is a Minister of Health at the federal level. So then that's I think, an example. Same thing with environment. The federal government has a ministry that deals with environment.
Sure, but they all have their very specific laid out roles.
I would
And
argue,
while
in
there
fact,
may be some overlap.
I would argue that they don't, and that's why we have all these federal and provincial fights in environment and in health. This is not a unique situation that the municipality is facing. This is an order of government problem across many of the topics and sectors.
So the follow-up on that would be to pull that out so that people could actually see this is what's supposed to be done. Here's where it gets murky, and this is a problem.
Certainly, we can take that away and try to do a more fulsome job to drive that clarity.
That would be great, because again, I had to read this a few times, and I'm immersed in this. So if we're looking for clarity, which was the intent of the motion, I think we may have missed the mark. And now this is not a criticism, by the way. It's a frustrating reality. And I hope that anyone who's listening who cares about these issues sees that you're frustrated, I'm frustrated, and they're frustrated because there's so much opacity and confusion here. So I appreciate that. I'm sorry I'm over time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to Councillor Briquette, I think, for outlining some of the challenges I felt with this report as well. And I do really appreciate Ms. Flaman. Just in some ways, it's very helpful to highlight that things are interconnected, that we are all dependent on each other. And I certainly agree that responding to some of the issues that we see in our community is absolutely a team effort. I think to Councillor Paquette's point, though, some of the symptoms that we're responding to are due to causes that are beyond the city's control. So I think in terms of mental health, for example, again, that when I have community members asking me why don't we have enough treatment spaces for folks facing addictions, again, that's very squarely that's a health AHS provincial responsibility. So I think reflecting that in the report is very, very important. Issues with community members seeing folks not being prosecuted for crimes, for assaults, for example. Again, and frustrations from EPS members as well in terms of the backlogs in the criminal justice system, the unwillingness or inability of justice to prosecute certain things due to lack of capacity at the court in the courts. Again, I think that's very very clearly delineated responsibilities and needs to be reflected. So, to put this as a question, again, are there maybe some opportunities to flag some of those system pieces and where those responsibilities lie?
Right. So I'm again just referencing the attachment. So criminal law is the only time you'll see that in those 3 columns is under federal. Now we can certainly put a parenthesis behind it and give some more examples of that. When you mention health, again, that's clearly under provincial. So we can put a parenthesis and talk about mental health, hospitals, treatments, like that. Maybe my team can have some offline conversations with some of the councillors, like yourself and Councillor Knack, and it's because I don't want to miss the mark. And so if you've got specific questions that we can address more fully, I'm very interested. Clarity of the ask will help me provide the clarity of the response that you seek.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think the original motion in terms of housing, mental health, addictions, corrections, I think is really operative in my ward in terms of those challenges that we see and where those not just responsibilities but legislative authorities lie is really critical. I think to again draw a clear picture about, again, not to lay blame, but just see where the levers are in the systems that we can start to push. Because again, I think if we try to address the housing and mental health crisis with our municipal tools, we really can't, not only in terms of legislative authority, but funding as well. And then I think, another area, I really appreciate in attachment 1, under reconciliation, how a range of different responsibilities are highlighted there. I would just note, though, in the main report, I don't know that that's really reflected. It seems that, it's sort of Indigenous relations is relegated to the federal government. There's language about, it's becoming more complex, new roles and responsibilities. But this really seems like an opportunity to reflect, how we as a city are committed to a different form of relationships, or MOU agreements, for example. I know that those are referenced in the attachment, but really bringing that forward in the main report, I think, is more in keeping with the spirit that we're approaching this. Our commitment to not even commitment to, I would say, the actions that municipalities are called on to implement in the TRC is very relevant in this section as well, and important to highlight, to communicate our commitment to those and responding to those calls to action. I guess that was more speaking to than questions, but is there an opportunity to highlight those points?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
We used to call that the don't you think question. So, Ms. Flaman, I guess what we're hearing is maybe a desire for some refinement in the report presented. So perhaps a motion to refer back to administration to consult with each of the councillors and see if there's particular points of emphasis that they're looking for. We heard a little bit about, who's responsible for what in the health realm, who's responsible for what in housing perhaps, and there may be some other things, quite apart from, where this motion was generated in the environment, transportation funding, who knows. So would you welcome a motion to refer back and have those conversations with each councillor?
Certainly. And would a memo be a sufficient vehicle to answer those questions?
Well, I'm thinking that maybe a conversation exercise, surveying the councillors of who's interested and then having some follow-up meetings and then using that to inform a revised report. Not to tell you how to do it, but I've seen it happen that way in the past. So.
Certainly.
Yeah, okay. So perhaps with the help of the clerk, I'll make a motion that this report be referred back to administration to consult further with individual councillors.
One moment, we will get that on the board for you.
Great, thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, did you have a deadline for that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Councillor Paquette. We were sharing a thought, oddly enough. So return period on that, Ms. Flaman. Typically, it's 13 weeks, but is there a way to perhaps accelerate that?
If admin is okay with bringing that back sooner,
Yeah.
we can certainly do that, depending on
Yeah,
what
my question was
options
to
might be
Ms.
available.
Flaman about maybe what a return period would be.
I'm checking with the team.
Okay.
There are there are 3 dots waving at me. I feel like the answer is imminent.
Well, if they just go to 0, you'll know it's 5 o'clock and you get your answer. I'm kidding.
We can certainly do that. If I can say, depending on the scheduling time with our councillors, if people are available, we can certainly move this along as quickly as possible.
Can we say, let's say October 2022, which has both a beginning and an end. So it's not firmly defined, but accelerates it from 13 weeks.
Sure.
Well, I know what sure means. Okay, let's say October 2022. Of course, if that becomes too daunting, then we'll have to do something else. But
I think that our next meeting is October 25th of the committee.
very good. The October 25th meeting of CPSC as a target date. I'll make that motion. In the interests of time, I don't see any questions or speaking to, so I will call.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Paquette. Yep.
Like 15 seconds. First, I just want to thank administration for all the work. If I sounded frustrated, and I am frustrated, it's because of the issue, not because of people. I just want to make that clear. I think that the work that we got, that's a lot of compilation in at one time. So I am actually quite grateful for that, and I think it will serve as a great basis for the upcoming report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so that completes item 7.1. 7.2 and 7.3 will be part of unfinished business at the next committee meeting. A note that we made 8.1 time specific first thing for the next committee meeting. That completes our business for today. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? We did have a notice of motion earlier from Councillor Jans, correct? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.